Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, students. It's exactly 9 o'clock and we are starting with our program. We are really excited that we have reached the third day of our student orientation. I just want us to observe a moment of silence in honor of what we can say our loved ones who departed from this world, and also for our own lives, our own well-being, and to dedicate our lives daily unto the Creator. Thank you. We can now get a word of wisdom. I believe that in most religions, there are words of wisdom, words of comfort, words of encouragement. I will get these words of wisdom from the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9, verse 10. It says, "Whatsoever thy hands find to do, do it with all thy might. For beyond the grave where you are going, there is no work, no planning, no knowledge, no wisdom." These words of wisdom are telling us, as the postgraduate students, to work hard while we are still given an opportunity on planet Earth, to excel in everything that we do. For beyond the grave where we will be going one day, there is no work, there is no planning, there is no knowledge that we can share, there is no wisdom. With these opening, I am now going to call upon the mother of this college, the acting executive dean, in the name of Professor Mpine Makwe, to come and welcome all of us so that we are at ease and we are able to maneuver through this program. Over to you, Professor Makwe, our acting executive dean. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Magano, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to students on this sunny day, and thank you for starting us out and reminding us that we need to be grateful for the air that we breathe. Thank you, Magano. Prof. Magano is the SEDU manager for teaching and learning and student support. The Deputy Dean, Professor Mabunda, Acting School Director, Professor Patudi and Mahlo, heads and managers of different portfolios, chairs of department, academic and administrative staff, dear students within our college, our very special presenters for these 3-day student orientation and support seminars. I greet you all. Colleagues, we are meeting today. This is our last day of the student orientation support, and I'm really, really humbled and honored to welcome you first at the University of South Africa, UNISA, as their students, and to our beautiful College of Education. I know some of you have walked this journey before, and most of you probably have walked this journey before, and you know what distance education is and what learning at a distance means. But in this past few years, we're introduced again with learning in an online space. And we found it to be completely different from what we are familiar with. It was a challenging time, but I think as we are moving along, we get to understand and we get to know how this challenging modality of learning is. But I just want to introduce you to this new environment that you'll find yourself in. a village that you became part of for so long. And as you know that in a village, you move from one house to house, and probably this is another house that has its own set of needs and sets of things that you may need to be familiar with. And when this particular orientation and support seminar is here to do just that. It's here to hold your hand. It's here to show you what is in each room that you need to know in order to be successful in your study. Yes, in this room, you may need to come across friends, and you will make friends. You have to make friends in order for you to get your peer support. It's always good to be supported by other people who are walking the same journey as you are. Yes, academics will be there to support you. Student support will be there to support you. But again, you need friends that understands where you are as you are moving along. Your learning journey has already started. You have signed up to become a member of the family of the College of Education. At the same time, College of Education, maybe if I introduce it to you, it's a home to 100,000 students, the biggest college in the university. However, we promise you that you'll never feel like you are one of the 100,000. And 100,000, it's a huge, huge, huge village. It's not even one house. But to us, you are an individual with ambitions, dreams, and aspirations for the future you desire. Our role, therefore, is to ensure that you reach your destination. As a distance student, sometimes you may feel lonely, lost at times, and I'm talking to people who are familiar with it, not knowing which road to take, which rock to leave on your road, or which rock to remove. Sometimes your learning journey may be smooth, but all this, it's about part of your journey, your learning journey. And we are saying to you, you need not to worry, because you have a formidable team of lecturers, support staff, and administrators who will support you throughout this journey. All the presenters in this orientation and support seminars are here to hold your hand and show you around this big university, this online space that you will be working at. And just to say to you, it's okay, sometime you'll get lost, but we are here to make sure that you come back. And however, we can assist you as much as we can. We can support you as much as you can, but 100% of the work is all you. So you need to start studying from day one. There's no time to waste. And in your program, you are also expected to do research. And it's important for us to have researchers in the field so that we can be able to contribute to the improvement of the schooling system, to the improvement of the education system that we find ourselves working in. I'm particularly thrilled that you are in good hands. My colleagues will be right there by your side, and you will carry on as you move along in this journey. Every village and home has a person who keeps it warm and makes sure that you are well fed and looked after. And in this college of ours, we have a super mother by the name of Professor Mahano, who's the manager of teaching, learning, and student support, and her team, and who felt that it is important and necessary to welcome you today as you start out your program. And I'm also thankful to the presenters from different departments who will show you how things are done in this village and in this home. And above all, I'm grateful for you for choosing CEDU as your home for all the years that you've been and the years to come. Because when you finish with your honors degree, you need to register for a master's and then register for a PhD. We need more and more and more people in this field. We are particularly thrilled that you have chosen a field that changes people's lives for the better. Your role as an aspirant teacher is to ensure that economically and socially marginalized children and adults can lift themselves out of poverty and participate fully as citizens. Never underestimate your role. I believe you chose this vocation because of your big need to make a difference. You are at home here. It therefore gives me great pleasure, dear students, to welcome you all to this important event, the Student Orientation and Support Seminar, whose aim is to empower you as our students in your quest for knowledge. So we believe that the presentations that will be delivered will be of assistance in small and big ways that add another touch in doing your work as College of Education student registered for our qualification. As student and staff members, we all need to stay in our specific lanes. That in itself will bring it a good performance, excellence, and accountability inside of all of us. Performance, excellence, and accountability do not mean being the best, but they only mean doing our best in order to achieve what is planned. As you sit and listen to the presentations today, kindly note some questions and comments that you can share with the presenters and academic lecturers, that you can share with all of us for the sake of good practice and for the sake of improving what we are doing. We welcome you all in this village, and we hope you'll help us build this home together. I thank all of you very much for honoring the seminars, and I hope you'll find the sessions fruitful, empowering, and building and capacity building. Thank you so much, and enjoy the presentations and enjoy your day. Thank you, Me.
Thank you, Professor Makwe, for those warm words of welcome. Now, I believe that all of us, we are at home, and she gave an analogy of a village. So this village, there is always a way of taking care and the hospitality within the village. And indeed, all the presenters here will be part of the hospitality team to all our students at honors level. Thank you very much, our acting executive dean, Professor Makwe. Thank you so much. Without any waste of time, students and colleagues, and the entire management and staff, we are here welcoming our sign language interpreters. For the past 2 days, we had Me Winnie Puela Nongobeni. We really appreciate the work that she did. We also welcome Me Sophie Mabaso, who is in Aksuit within UNISA. Thank you and welcome, our Sophie. We really love you for making us to be inclusive and to accommodate also the student body that is here. Colleagues, today's program is on postgraduate level. These are the students that have completed their junior degrees. Now they are doing honors. We have advanced diplomas. We have postgraduate diplomas who are here. In the words of Professor Makwe, were saying, now you are going to be involved with some research which will improve our education system. So start studying now. I really want to emphasize what Prof. Makwe has said to all of us, that research will improve our education system. Now, for all the speakers, I'm going to sort of change a little bit because we no longer talk to first years, but these are seasoned students. We are going to keep our presentation short. All those who are talking with regard to student support and other services that are available, we assume that our honor students know. The only presentations that I'm going to permit to go at length it will be on navigating my UNISA, since we have new things that have been added. Then also the programs that are there at PG, let me say NQF level 8, and the academic writing, because this is key now to the students at this level. The proctoring system, the Turnitin, the academic integrity, and also the exams. And I think I mentioned the proctoring system. All the other support systems, support structures, your talk will be 5 to 7 minutes. And then as soon as I don't have a video, then you know that your time is up. We are going to keep it short, but those that I mentioned, they will be given the 15 to 20 minutes that were allocated to even the other groups. Without any waste of time, I don't see the Dean of Student Office here. If the person is here, let me see by show of hand. None. We move straight to our NSRC, National Student Representative Council, Ms. Shatadi Poshoko, who will be speaking on behalf of SRC. Students, there's a chat box. Write your questions, write your comments as you pay attention to all the speakers. Ms. Shatadi Poshoko, over to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mahanu, the chairperson of this orientation. And I want to firstly greet everyone in the program, the primary stakeholders being the students, the organizers, the leadership of the college, and all others who are in attendance. And I apologize, I'm not going to have my camera on at this particular time. Many apologies. But as introduced, my name is Shatadi Poshoko. I am the SG of the SRC in the university and also the SG of UNISA Law Students Association. And mine is quite short, Prof. Mahano, but to welcome the students in this academic year on behalf of the student leadership in the university, which is the SRC. And of course, UNISA is an ODEL institution, which means that our pedagogy is digital. And in the past few years, we've seen a global shift in terms of fourth industrial revolution. And this, of course, is affected even in our learning spaces. And at this current juncture, the university conducts all its teaching and assessments online. Hence, of course, even this orientation is digital. And this comes with more challenges, of course, in that not only learning is conducted digitally, but even the administrative work of the institution has become more digital. I want to then encourage students to familiarize themselves with WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups, Facebook pages, and groups in line with their courses and modules in an ethical manner, however, but also to make sure that they follow all the communication from the university, from their colleges, and so forth, either from my UNISA and other spaces where the communication gets published. And this eases the stress of being an order learner. And therefore, it is important to familiarize yourself with the entire community of your studies of the university to keep you informed and make learning vibrant. And as the SRC, our duty is to ensure that good governance from the university is effected, that accountability is effected, and also ensure that decisions that are taken by the management do not emit exclusion, backwardness, or anti-students. Moreover, it is to ensure that we maintain a vibrant learning space, that we encourage innovation and contribute towards a transformative and decolonial education that is localized and responds to local problems of our students and also the community at large. I therefore encourage the students to go to their My UNISA site and check out the contacts of their SRC. So SRC is divided into the regional SRC and also the national SRC, in which the regional SRC is comprised of 8 regions from the 9 provinces that we have, who are tasked with the day-to-day political and activism work of engaging with the students and responding to their challenges at ground level. And the university, of course, equally carries challenges in which the SRC and other student activists work hard towards ensuring that they are fixed and that they're addressed by the university. And in this final remarks, therefore, Chairperson, I want to conclude and welcome all the students. And as postgraduate students, I also want to invite you to a program that the NSRC will be having tomorrow on Friday, in which Minister Lindiwe Sisulu will be the keynote speaker. It will be hosted in main campus Mekelnek in Pretoria at 9 a.m. And in that final analysis, thank you so much for inviting me, and good luck to all the students with your academics. And I wish you the best for the academic year of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chatadi Poshoko, for keeping it short and sweet. And indeed, tomorrow's seminar with Melindiwe Sisulu, we hope some of the students will be able to attend, and even us as academics. If there's a link, Chatadi, please send us that link for those who are far to join that event tomorrow. Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, from SEDUSA. SEDUSA is College of Education Student Association. We invite now Mr. Karabo Shai to come and talk to the students briefly again. Mr. Karabo Shai. Okay, he's not here. Thank you. We pass. I am now going to give the purpose of the day. As Prof. Makwe has already explained, that this is at postgraduate level. Now, at postgraduate level, the expectations are different from the undergraduate level. As this was the first one, these are the presenters of today. We are still going to have Prof. Makwe as the Executive Dean, Professor Matlo is our Acting School Director from Exam Section, Memoloisane, from ACSUIT for Student Dealing with Disabilities, Mr. Pinkuna. Mrs. Anna Marie Stridom and Mrs. Motsatsi will be talking from the library. Mr. Shabangu and Mr. Muloto from Student Support. Dr. Kodisang Chifiwa will represent the counseling unit, and Mema Salesa, not sure she will be in. Mr. Mukwena from the Odell unit. Dr. Asterian Samba will be speaking on behalf of the Academic Integrity Committee. Dr. Madigizela Madia will be giving us how to write at this level. Professor P. Pickard will be addressing us on the use of Turnitin at this level to determine the similarity index so that we avoid plagiarizing. Mr. Karaboshai is SEDUSA, Student Association. Dr. Hannah Way will unpacking the curriculum at this stage. Ms. Poshoko from the SRC has already spoken. Dr. Mpahlele will be outlining navigating my UNISA. The interface has changed, and this is myself. We will be having colleagues from the proctoring system. I think it will be Dr. T. Kodisangwell is counseling, Mr. Rasebutsa from exams, and Mr. Molokwani the use of Invigilator app, because some of the modules will be on Invigilator app. Our dearest students, our performance as a college has been proven to be good over years. If you see this graph here from 2016 up to 2021, our performance is above 85%. Up in 2016, we got 85.9% pass rate, including both postgrad and undergraduate. 2017, 85.9%. 2018, 88.1%, 2019, 86%, 2020, 92%, 2021, 87.1%. Now, for us to perform at this level, it means there should be a lot of hard work that the academics put into it, and also our students working very hard to make sure that every module is really giving a high pass percentage. And student support also is maximized in the college. And one of the key integral areas that we really pride ourselves with is student support, because there are a number of things that we do as a college, e.g. the recording of lessons, etc. You are now at NQF level 8. I zoomed into the SAQA document because all of us, all universities, all institutions, they operate, they develop their programs looking at what the level descriptors are saying at every NQF level. Now, honors and the postgraduate diplomas are pitched at this level. Now, when you are at NQF level 8, there are 10 categories that you must satisfy. Your scope of knowledge must demonstrate that you are able to engage in your field or in your discipline. You understand the theories. You are able to understand the research methodology. You are able to navigate a way in your field and apply that knowledge in a particular context. Most of our students are teachers. They work at district offices, and this is what they should be. The knowledge that you amass at this institution, apply it. Those theories, you are not just studying a theory for fun, but this theory will help you as a manager and also as a teacher, as an expert, as a head of department in your field. Number 2, the knowledge literacy. You should be able to demonstrate the ability to interrogate multiple sources of knowledge. That is why the librarians are here. How do you navigate the articles, the books? How do you make use of that? Methods and procedures, that is category number 3 that you must amass. So all these NQF level descriptors that I'm saying and I'm mentioning in categories, all universities, they develop their programs looking at this. The specific outcomes are formulated out of this. Number 4, problem solving. This is important. Are you able to see this verb when it says analyze? What is it that you must do? And be ethical and show a high level of professionalism. This is what we are expected to do. Number 6, are you able to access and manage information? The use of the library is important. Hence, we discourage people to write assignments for you, to do research for you. How will you know? There must be that level of ability that you must demonstrate as you pass this course or your honors or your postgraduate diploma. Producing and communicating information. This is one ability. Are you able to present and communicate that information at a high academic level? That's where Dr. Madigizela Madia will be saying, this is how we write in an honors degree or a postgrad diploma. Context and systems. This is also what you need to know. Understand the context, understand the system, and manage relationships between elements in a particular discipline. If you are in science and technology, understand how those theories are to be mitigated. Then management of learning, in respect of which a learner is able to demonstrate the ability to apply in a self-critical manner. We don't regurgitate knowledge here. We don't ask questions that are going to be only on Bloom's taxonomy level 1, to remember information only, to mention, to name. No, there won't be any such questions, but it will be the ability to criticize even the article that you'll be reading, the textbook that you will be reading. And you are not going to rely on one textbook to say this is the book that is prescribed. No, at this level, you use multiple sources so that you are not going to memorize the book written by Professor M.D. Magano. No, you are going to read the book by Magano, by Madigizela, by Pasha, by Maklo, by so many authors at this level. Then you interrogate, you compare and contrast what these scholars are saying. Then number 10, accountable. Are you going to be accountable in respect of which a learner is able to demonstrate the ability to take full responsibility for his work, decision making, and also the use of resources? In that way, you are able to demonstrate that I am responsible. No any student should rely on this is what my friend gave me. That's how I responded. We were studying in a group. This is a high level, NQF level 8. In closing, I want to quote the words of a scholar and an author, an African author, Chinua Achebe, who is saying, one of the truest tests of integrity is its blunt refusal to be compromised. Don't allow to be compromised. Don't allow to be taken for granted. As a student at this level, apply a high level of reasoning, even in your writing. Demonstrate the ability that you are capable of rising to all those 10 level descriptors, categories that we quoted, of being accountable, being ethical, being critical, and be in a position to understand what the theories in your discipline are saying. As you resolve also the problems that you are going to meet as a researcher, you must be at that level. Don't be compromised by buying a portfolio and submitting it as your research work. And we start now by working hard. I gave words of wisdom in the morning to say, whatsoever thy hand find to do, do it with all thy might. For beyond the grave, there is no knowledge, there is no planning, there is no wisdom. And Chinua Achebe continues to say, if you find water rising to your ankle, that is the right time to do something about it, not when it's around your neck. What does it say? You start working now. Don't wait until when all the assignments and portfolios are to be submitted, then you request for extension, because the water is now around your neck, you are about to drown. Student support, you seek for support now. And procrastination is a lazy man's apology. These are not my words. I quote Chinua Achebe. Dear students, with those few words, I just want to say we are now doing NQF level 8. We are no longer in undergrad level, but we are at the highest level now of our learning journey, and we need to rise to the occasion. So I just want to thank you for listening. Without any waste of time, I'm going to call from the Counseling Services Unit, Dr. Chifiwa Kodisang, just to give you what kind of support will be availed from the university. Over to you, Dr. Kodisang.
Morning, Prof. Morning to colleagues and morning to the students. Thank you, Prof, for understanding. I'm going to be very brief. I'm really going to just share with you the services we offer at UNISA. I'm from the Counseling and Career Development. Then I will just indicate quickly the type of services we offer. Because even though you have been here for some times, students always say, I didn't know that UNISA have got these services. We at Counseling, we have got services that are actually available 24/7. One of those services is the resources that are available covering different topics from career, from study, and also personal. Another platform is online services where you can connect with counselors using online platform. It doesn't matter where you are. You can connect with our counselors online and you could request an appointment. Even if it's personal, students always shy away and say, I thought because this is due to my relationship with my partner or with my family, it doesn't affect my studies. You can talk to anything because we believe that you are a holistic person and therefore we need to attend to you holistically. So you are welcome to contact counseling whenever. I always say, if you feel you need somebody to talk to, irrespective whether it's about your studies, whether it's about your work, anything that bothers you in life, as long as you are a UNISA student, counseling is available for you so that you can have a conversation so that whatever you are experiencing does not impact on your studies. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kodisang. That was short, sweet, kort en bondig. Thank you so much. And please paste your presentation on the chat so that they can get the numbers, the contacts, the emails. Thank you very much, Dr. Kodisang. We really appreciate your support and the way you support our students. Without any waste of time, I'm going to call Dr. Hannah Way to unpack the curriculum at NQF Level 8. Dr. Hannah Way.
Good morning, colleagues and students. Prof, if you can just give me 1 minute while I transfer devices, I'd appreciate that, please.
Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Kodisang, you can unshare your screen. The recording will be made available. We are also on YouTube for the students who joined on the other link, and these recording will be on your module site for all those who are doing PG Dips, ADEs, and the honors degree. You will find the recording on your module site.
Thank you, Prof. Magano, for your patience. Thank you, students, and my apologies. Our electricity was cut very early this morning, and I'm now on power saver mode on my laptop. These are the joys that we all encounter, especially in the online space that we're in. So a very good morning to you all. I'm Donna Hannaway, and I am the program manager for the qualifications in the College of Education. This morning, I'm going to be unpacking the curriculum of our postgraduate qualifications. I'm just busy loading my presentation. It should be with you. Can you see my screen, Prof. Magano?
Yes, very clear, very clear.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so this morning I'm just going to very briefly and generally speak about our postgraduate qualifications and mention the importance of your curriculum and then take each of the postgraduate qualifications in a little more detailed look. So we'll look at the advanced diplomas, the postgraduate diplomas, and your Bachelor of Education honours. Okay, so firstly, in general, all our postgraduate qualifications are fully online, which means that everything that you're going to do is going to be fully online. You're going to register, study, and communicate online. And this is often challenging for our students, but this is the way that UNISA operates. And as mentioned in all these support sessions, we have excellent support surrounding you to be successful in your studies in this mode of delivery. Then just to take note, it is very important that you access your curriculum. If you go onto the website and you go onto the College of Education, you will see a list of all the qualifications. And if you select the honours degrees and postgraduate diplomas, you will get the hyperlinks of all the various qualifications. Please do take the time, spend 5 minutes, go and look at your curriculum, see what it entails, see the modules that are required to meet the requirements of your degree, and take a closer look at what these are all about. Okay, then if we move on to the types of qualifications that we offer at postgraduate level, we have some advanced diplomas in our college. These are 120 NQF level 7 qualifications. As I mentioned, they are fully online. They consist of 5 modules of 24 credits each. They are 1-year qualifications, which means you can complete them in a year. You also have up to 3 years to do them. These qualifications are Cpd qualifications. They're continuous professional development qualifications, and they exist to strengthen or enhance a specialization. So, for example, if you're looking at computer integrated education, there's a specific diploma for that. And it's also to develop a new role or practice. So you might be moving up in your school, you might be going into the SMT, you might need something specifically in leadership and management. So that's the purpose of our advanced diploma, and these articulate into our postgraduate diploma. So once you've done an advanced diploma, you can move on to a postgraduate diploma. The college offers 4 advanced diplomas at the moment. We have one in intermediate phase mathematics teaching, one in intermediate phase natural science and technology education, one in computer integrated education, and one in senior phase natural science education. Then our postgraduate diplomas, these are also 120 credit qualifications at an NQF level 8. And this is what Prof. Machano was speaking to this morning, at the type of knowledge and skills and attributes that students at this level are expected to have. These are also fully online, and they're also comprised of 5 modules of 24 credits in each one. Again, these are continuing professional and academic development qualifications, and they are here now to prepare you for a more advanced leadership position in the field. If you've already done an undergraduate qualification or an advanced diploma, you are now moving up the ranks into a leadership position with a postgraduate diploma. And these may articulate with a master's. They do go into our master's coursework, and there are also rules which I will explain just now if you would like to do an academic master's after doing a postgraduate diploma. We have quite a number of postgraduate diplomas in the college. We have one in inclusive education, one in psychology of education, in language education, in disability studies, in teaching and learning care and support, in life orientation, and in mathematics education. So you can see there's specific disciplines that are being developed through these postgraduate diplomas. So this is the rule that I was speaking about, where a postgraduate diploma may allow you access into an MEd. In order to fulfill the requirements, students are required to have research modules in order to get into our academic masters, which is not always the case in our postgraduate diploma. So there is an option for you to apply for a master's And you must please note that you need a 60% average in your postgraduate diploma in order to do so. And then when you successfully apply for the master's, you will have to complete 2 non-degree purpose research modules before starting with your master's. So you will complete your PG Dip, you will apply for the master's, you will complete 2 non-degree purpose modules, and then go into your master's. And this is all obviously conditional should you meet the requirements of that particular master's. And then lastly, our Bachelor of Education honours. We have 1 Bachelor of Education honours at the moment. It is 120 credit NQF level 8, the same as the postgraduate diploma. It is also fully online, and this is a 2-year qualification. It cannot be done over 1 year. And the reason for this is because students really need to, do the theoretical component in the qualification before moving into the very important research project. So there are 5 modules also making up the 120 credits, and this articulates into a master's in education. Just please look at the rules in your curriculum. You can register up to 4 modules in the first year. You have to pass the module RSE 4801 plus another one in order to be admitted to the 5th module, HRED U82, which is the research project. And then you can register for not more than 3 modules in the 2nd year. So look at those rules and make sure you plan your studies accordingly and that you meet the pre and co-requisites so that you can progress well into your 2nd year. And then that's it from me. Just for more information, any frequently asked questions, please check your MyLife emails regularly. We do send communication. If there's any changes or any important aspects to note around the qualification or your curriculum, we will send it to your email. Visit your MyUNISA sites often. Your lecturers are always posting important information. And then also read the announcements that are posted on the various sites. And that's all from me. I thank you, and to echo what Prof. Magano started this morning with in her prayer, whatever you do, do it with all your might. I look forward to seeing you, and I hope to see some of you eventually graduating with your PhDs after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Donna Hanaway, for unpacking the curriculum for our honors, our advanced diplomas, our postgraduate students. Students continue to ask on the chat. Dr. Donna is still here while the battery is still lasting so that she can respond to all your clarity-seeking questions. Thank you so much. I'm happy because the program is moving very fast. You took only 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Dr. Donna. I'm going to call Dr. Mphahlele, Navigating MyUNISA. We have a new interface now, or a new platform that we are using, no longer on Sakai, but on Moodle. Dr. Mphahlele will take us through, because you are now seeing different things. Some of you, you were studying with UNISA for years. You were used to a Sakai platform. Now the Moodle platform is presented in a different way. Dr. Ramashego Mphahlele, the platform is yours.
Thank you so much, Prof. Magano. Let me take this opportunity to greet everyone in the name of education. And I believe we are unisons, all of us. When we say UNISA, we refer to ourselves. Why am I saying that? Is because I hear most of us, when we complain when things are not going well, we say UNISA does this. We are UNISA, and let's be proud to be UNISA as unisons. Thank you. Prof. Magano, especially that you indicated in the morning that we should keep things short and that our students are postgrad students. I just want to quickly maybe put up a poll to just check those of our students who are unable to log into MyUNISA, so that maybe we focus only on my live email, unless if it's okay for me to start from the beginning. Can I get your advice?
For your session, I said it will be open because this is a new interface that students are not familiar with. So you are free to take 20 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning again, students. I understand that even though you are at postgrad level, some of you might be new at UNISA. So where do we start after registration? You need to know our homepage, which is https:// my.unisa.ac.za. So this web address, you can type it on either Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. Preferably use Microsoft Edge if you are on a laptop or you are on a desktop. If you are on your phone, you can use whatever web browser you are using, because we are using different phones. Some of us are using iPhones, some of us are using Androids. So whatever, sorry, I'm trying to put on the earphones because there's a bit of my office. And then you are going to type this web address. So once you have typed this web address and you landed on this page where you are supposed to put in your username, which in your case will be your student number and the password. Before you do that, if you are a brand new student, you're going to start by clicking claim a UNISA login, because you are brand new. Then you click on UNISA login. Some of you are not sure if you once claimed this UNISA login, and if you are not sure, still please click on it. Once you click on it, you will land on this page, and then you type your student number where it says student number, then you press enter. Once you press enter, if you once claimed my UNISA, it will give you an error message to say you have already claimed my UNISA login. For you now, it's just to make sure that you remember your password, or you go back, you click on forgot password to reset your password. But if you are starting, this is the right way. After entering your student number, if you are a new student, you will get to this page where now you're getting some guidelines information. And make sure that before you get the guidelines information, you need to enter your personal details. When you enter these personal details, it's important that you put the names which you put when you register. Why am I saying that? Some of us, you find that your name has got an H at the end, but sometimes for some reason you leave it out, like you are Francina. The Francina, sometimes it ends with A, sometimes it ends with H. And then once you type your name and then you leave out something, it will give you an error to say the system does not recognize you. So it's important that the names you used when you register, you put them as you put them when you register. And then your date of birth, you are guided how you put it in. And what I want to emphasize is for South African students who have both ID numbers and passport numbers, make sure that you don't use both of them. If you are using your ID number, put the ID number only, not both with your passport number. Our students who are not from South Africa, you are going to put your passport number or the ID from your country if when you registered you used it. And then now you are going to get to this point of guidelines. Give me a minute, let me just close the door. Thank you. When you get to the guidelines, make sure that you read them, and you don't only read, you check the boxes out as you read. And to make sure that you acknowledge them, you are going to click on acknowledge. And then once you click on acknowledge,
you will land on this page where you are given your password. The password you are given, you do not create your own password, and the password is case sensitive. Make sure that you copy this password once you are given when you are still setting your system, because if you miss, like if the A is capital letter, you put the small a, it will refuse that password. So once you get to this page, copy the password, and you will see that you are already given your email address, which is your student number at mylife.unisa.ac.za, and your cell phone number will also be displayed there. For you, is just to check if this cell phone number is correct, because you will at the same time receive an SMS on that cell phone that will give you the information about your registration, your setuping of My UNISA. And then now you are ready to set up your My Life email. Some of you are able to log into My UNISA, but you are unable to use your My Life email. Yesterday, I had a consultation with one of the students, one of the students who was in yesterday's session. What I found out is that when she was in 365, we've got Office 365, which is given to us. UNISA have bought license for Microsoft 365 for us. I don't want to use the name free, because it's not free. UNISA is paying for it at Microsoft. So once you go to 365, make sure that you install. When you log into your 365, I'll show it at the end. You need to make sure that you go to the point where it says install, and install the 365 Office, and choose the first option to install all the apps. And once all the apps are installed, you will see that there is a Microsoft Outlook. Then you can click on that Outlook. So sometimes even if you don't install, you will be able to go into the Outlook. You will be able to use your Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and packages. But to a certain extent, you'll get a message that will say to you, you did not activate that package. And that message, you will receive it for 21 days. After 21 days, you will be cut off. You will not be able to even access your Microsoft Word. So that was happening with that student. She was unable to access the Outlook because she never installed the 365. She was just getting in and out all the time. So this is the web address which you use if you want to access your My Life email. I'm going to paste it in the chat later on, also this web address. And then when you are in this page, you will get two options. The first option, it directs you to My Life Setup. Once you click this option, you are going to get the page where now you're setting up your My Life account. And then you will enter the email address, which is your student number at mylife.unisa.ac.za. Remember, in the previous page, I said you copy your password, then you paste it here as it is. Then you click sign in. Once you click sign in, you will be taken to this page where now you're setting up the time zone and the language. Please preferably choose English South Africa. And then when it comes to the time, when you are in South Africa, make sure that you choose Harare, Pretoria. Some of us who choose Cairo, it also works well, but preferably let's use Harare, Pretoria, because it is not gonna mislead you in terms of time. One can ask, why do I need to set up the time? Is because when we hold sessions like this one, you get notification with the time, the date and the time on it. If you are in another country and you didn't set up, then you are not going to get the correct time to join the session. So make sure that if you are in a different country, you set up the time of your country. Do not choose Pretoria thinking that because you need in Pretoria, you are supposed to be on UNISA's time. No, choose the time of your country. And then when you are done, you are going to get to your mailbox, where now you get a welcome message that welcomes you to UNISA. The message is sent by communications@my.unisa.ac.za. So once you forget your password, because it will be still new to you, you might forget it, you are going to go to your inbox and then you look for this email, comms@my.unisa.ac.za, because this email always will contain your student number and your initial password. You see, it says initial password because we know as time goes on, you might change your password. If you change the password, this initial password will no longer work. And on that email, you also have some other email addresses that you are referred to if you need help. So you need to use these email addresses, because some of you send your queries to just everyone at the university and without indicating your module code. You are supposed to use my live email for all your communications with the university. The reason is your my live email has got your student number. Already we are able to see that this is a UNISA student. Secondly, you need to write your email address. I just want to show you what happens with the emails when you use the email that is not my live email. As long as you use any other email, what we get on our site, your email get quarantined, and then it will come to us as prevented spam message. What we see is just the subject. We can't see your whole email. So this email, for me to be able to view it, I must release it. And sometimes even if you click release, you are unable to. And we cannot release all messages that are prevented because we don't know the reasons. What if I release this email only to find this email is with a virus that is going to corrupt my system? It will be my fault because I'm the one now who released that email which the university have prevented. So that's why it's important for you to use my live email all the time. And remember to put the module code of the module you are inquiring about in the subject of your email. So once now you are done to claim your My Life email, you are set to go to my UNISA website, which is https:// my.unisa.ac.za. I'm going to put these links in the chat when I finish. And then once now you got to the UNISA website, you are back to where we started at the beginning. At the beginning, you did not have your password. All you had was your student number. That is why we started at a claim UNISA login. Those of you who have been UNISA students, some of you have been UNISA students for maybe other undergraduate courses. You left, you went to other universities. Now you came back to do your honors degree. Then you forgot your UNISA password. Then you are going to click where it says forgotten UNISA password. I believe with the student number, already you sorted it out when you were registering. If you forgot it by then, you were helped to get your student number. So at this point in time, we all know our student numbers. The only thing we might forget is the UNISA password. Then once you click on forgotten UNISA password, you will be directed to fix that password. Now we are getting into the learning management platform. After you have logged on with your student number and your password, you get to this page wherein you will see my modules 2021, only those of you who were registered last year. If you were not registered last year, you won't see my modules 2021. And then you'll only see my modules 2022 and my admin. I'm going to focus only on my modules 2022, not my admin, because this year we are not going to use my admin more often. You will only use it when you want to see your finances, when you want to see your academic record and all that. But for the purpose of assignments and teaching and learning activities, we will focus on My Modules 2022. That's where we get our platform. You just log in to the My UNISA platform and then My Modules 2022, you will be set. Those of you who prefer to use a mobile app, I want to warn you, there are so many videos on YouTube that are misleading our students. One of the videos was even posted on our day one session, where I had to clarify that this video is misleading. If you need a mobile app on your phone, some of us, we might need that mobile app for various reasons, maybe for ease of access, so that you don't have to go to you don't have to go to Google or whatever web browser you are using to get to My UNISA. Then you know when it's on the app on your phone, it will be easily accessible. First of all, you go to your App Store or Play Store, you search for UNISA My Modules. UNISA capital letter, space, My, small letter, capital M, modules. Once you typed that, you are going to choose the first option from the results that you get. And then once you choose that, you will see this window. Once you see this window, you know you are on the right track. You are on the right option, because the ones that we see on the videos that are going on YouTube, you will see it's a Moodle icon. So ours does not have Moodle icon, it's My UNISA emblem. And then once you enter, you click login. You need to click on login, or you can scan a QR code. If you get a QR code from our main module site, you can scan that code. And if you didn't scan the code, you can just click on login or you press, because most of your phones, most of your smartphones, you are able to just tap on the phone. Then you will tap on the login. You are going to be given this page. If you don't see these two steps I'm just showing you now, just know that you are on the wrong track. Do not enter your usernames or your student numbers and your passwords in any platforms which do not look like this, because you might be now selling out your credentials to the wrong people. And then, like I say, the other video where the student is claiming to be a UNISA student is advising students to copy their module sites and paste in that app. We don't know what else they are going to do with your information. So please be aware of that. Then here you are going to log in with your student number and password. Make sure that when you log in to the system, you see the page that looks like this, which has got a green color where it says login. And forgive me for those who are able to see the color, but I suppose they will have a better way to access these pages, because even if you are on your laptop or desktop, you need to arrive on this page with a green color on the login. Once you see the orange colors, know that something is wrong. When sometimes our server is down, we see the orange colors. Then when you log in, it will say your logins are wrong, or sometimes it will just kick you out. So do not repeat the process. Just know that our server is down, and then wait a while and then come back later. Because if you keep on putting your password over and over, it will end up being blocked, and you will think there was something wrong with your password. Just know that the server is down. Our server sometimes goes down. And then now when you entered your login credentials, you will be ready to go. Once you see UNISA My Modules, you know that you are on the right track, and then you can just continue viewing your My Modules. We do the same with logging in on the desktop or laptops, which I'm going to go through with you just now. So our focus for today, we're going to explore our My Modules
wherein we focus on the lessons which your lecturers are going to plot for you in the system, and also the assessments, because most importantly, we are going to be taking our assessments. We need to know how our assessments look like and how are we going to take those assessments. And with that being said, I'm going straight to the module side. Let me go back. Let me just go back to the courses. Sorry, after you log in the system, I've shown you the steps to log in. You will click on my modules. On my modules, you are going to select the module that you want to explore at that time. Because it's the beginning of the year, I am advising you to go through all your modules, to just see what is in your modules, because you'll find different things because you are taught by different lecturers. Today, I'm just going to give you an overview of the different stuff which you might find in the different modules. So do not think you are going to get same things all the time or in all the modules. Suppose this is your module which you are going to select. Once you select the module, you will get a welcome page. Most of the welcome pages looks like this. This is what we call a default welcome page, which our ICTs have designed for us, because they know sometimes lecturers take some time to come and update. So you shouldn't find a blank page. The university is already welcoming you. But some of you will find welcome pages which looks like this one, wherein the lecturer has typed a specific message for you about this module, and also some lecturers will put their pictures like I did, but most importantly, there will be the contact details where you contact this lecturer, and the lecturer maybe will also specify at what times can you contact him or her. Some of them, they will even put their phone numbers so that you can phone them, or their WhatsApp numbers so that you can WhatsApp them. And then when you scroll down, you will see that there are some activities, there are some information, and in other modules, the information will be little. In other modules, information will be much. So there is another navigation pane which you'll see on the left-hand side. This one where you will find that the information that you are going to display in the middle, you can navigate it through this navigation pane. And sometimes when you log in, you don't see this navigation pane. You need to click on this icon with 3 lines before the dashboard. When you click on it now, it will disappear. The navigation pane disappears. And when I click on it again, the navigation pane comes, because some students will be saying, I don't see the navigation pane on my left-hand side. You can activate it by clicking on this icon. So as you will be navigating, you can check what is in your learning unit, what is in learning unit 2, what is in learning unit 7, and so forth. But the most important thing is you need to start, as I'm going up, you can see that I'm about to click on the module. I want to go back. Going back, I don't go back to the arrow on the top left corner, because that arrow, if you want to go back 3 steps, for example, you'll have to click it 3 times. And sometimes when you click this arrow, it might make sure that you don't go back where you want to go, and it might want you to refresh the page again. So the safest way is on this gray area, you just go back to click where you want to go. If I want to go back to the module, I just click there, and then I'll go back where I want to go back. So in your module, when you scroll on your left-hand side, you will see that there are announcements. In all the modules, there are announcements. So make sure that you open that announcement tab to see what announcement your lecturers have given you, because they might be important. They might be telling you about the changes of the closing dates or any other information. And then some of you wants to know, where do I get my
tutorial letters. Tutorial letters, you can get them from these additional resources. When you click on additional resources, you will find the tutorial letters. But if some of the modules, you'll find that tutorial letters are on official study material. You'll see official and prescribed study material on the left-hand side navigation pane. You can click on prescribed study material. If your module have got prescribed study material, you will find them there. This module does not have. Another thing which is important is that our lecturers prefer different ways of displaying these modules. You see this module, how it looks. It looks like the information is on the cards. You can see that it looks like it's on the cards. This is called advisor format and is a card layout. Some lecturers can choose the same advisor format, but a list layout. I'm going to show you how the list layout looks like just now, so that you don't say, what Dr. Mpahlele showed us during the orientation does not look like what I see on the modules which I am doing. So what I'm going to do now, you are not going to be able to do as a student. This is what is done by your lecturers when they are choosing the best layouts for their modules. Remember, lecturers know the modules better and they will know what layout or format is suitable. Now I'm choosing the list layout just to show you how it looks like. I'm saving and displaying. This is how the list layout will look like. So the information now is displayed in a list format. You can see they are following one another. They are no longer in cards because that one was a card layout. There is another format which I saw a majority of lecturers prefer. It is called a tiles format. Let's see what tiles format looks like. Then some of your modules, you'll find that they look like this. Let me save and display. When you get to the module site, you will find that it looks like this. Then, but you might not see the word tile 1, tile 2, because your lecturer might have now labeled these tiles differently to say this is maybe learning unit 1 or study unit 1 or study unit 2 and so forth. Remember, lecturers also are giving a content according to the context of the module. Some of you will not see study unit 1 or learning unit 1. You will see maybe lesson 1. Depending on how your lecturers will describe the content. Do not worry if you don't see what you are seeing currently on this screen. So now there is another format which is called sorry, I chose the wrong one. The format is called a periods or weekly format. I saw that they have changed it now. It is called weekly format. This format, I think it will be used mainly by our e-tutors. And I don't know if our postgrad modules have e-tutors, but even some of the lecturers, they use this weekly format for the honor students if they want them to do work on weekly basis. I know one lecturer who is teaching honors students, and that lecturer is putting the content into weeks. So you can see there it will show you from 17th of February to the 23rd of February, this is what you need to cover. So this is the other format. The other format is called grid format. It looks similar to the advisor. I'm not going to go to it. At least I've shown you the 3 common that they are mostly used by many lecturers. So I'm going to go back to the format which majority of you will find in your modules, which is advisor. And I'm going to start showing you how you're going to view your assessment and how you're going to take your assessments. I'm going back to the advisor quickly, and then we are going to look into the assessments. In the past, you will have a tutorial letter. That tutorial letter will contain your multiple choice questions. And then after logging into my UNISA system, you would go to my admin and choose that assignment. And then you had a sheet, an online sheet that was given to you, and then you would choose the correct answers. Or with your material, you will receive a read marking sheet, which you will manually cross out the correct answers, and then you post it back, and it got marked by the system. And then you will also get the questions for your essay type questions, where you will type them, save them into PDF, upload them back in the system, or write them by hand, scan them, and upload them. And before 2020, before COVID-19, we also used to go to the post office and post some of our assignments, or we used to come to UNISA campuses and post into the boxes that are placed outside. We are no longer there. That is the history that we will forever remember. Now we are online. We are doing everything online. So when you see assessment looking like this is an icon with an arrow facing down. This means it's assignment activity. We have different assessment activities. Lecturers will use assignment activity, quiz activity, some will use workshop activity, some will use forum activity as their assessment activities. For now, from what the four that I've mentioned are the most common that lecturers are opting for, but Moodle have got many assessment activities that lecturers can choose from. Once you get here, sometimes you'll see that there's a little arrow, this little orange arrow, and if you are not made aware of it, you might not be aware of it, that this arrow needs to be clicked. When this arrow is facing down, it means there is information inside this section which is hidden behind. You need to click this arrow to expand and see more. So now I just expanded, there's another item which was hidden behind. Then I'm just going to use these two types of assessments to give you an example how you are going to respond to this assessment. Like I said, once you see the icon with a arrow facing down, it's an assignment. What does it mean? It means you are going to upload a file. However, with the honors students, some lecturers opt different methods. I'm going to show you quickly. This icon with three stripes which are not equal, it is called quiz. In the quiz, you can find multiple choice questions, matching column questions, essay type, fill in, drag and drop. You can find different types of questions in here. It's not only multiple choice. So let's start with this one, assignment. When you click on the assignment, you will get instructions. Most importantly, you will see that the formal assessments will have a number on top there. That number is a unique number, but you should not worry about it. It is for the DSAA to be able to harvest our grades so that they can appear on our academic record or on our year mark when they are going to calculate our year mark with our exam mark at the end of the year. This is the assignment I just designed to give you an example that some of your lecturers will give you some instructions to this assignment. So here I'm telling students, in this assignment, you have three options because that's what we have in the assignment activity. You can type in line. I'll show you what it means to type in line. You can type on a Word document and save as PDF and upload in the assessment shell. Last option, you can handwrite, scan, and save as PDF and upload back, as long as you make sure that it is one document. Most importantly, you will see an attachment. The attachment can be in a Word or PDF document. That attachment contains the questions. That's where your lecturer have written the questions. You need to click on it to upload it. When you upload, it will open in your downloads. It won't open on the screen where you are. So you can see at the corner there, it is saying open file. And then when I click on open file, it will open, then you'll find the questions. So do not end here. Make sure that you scroll. Even if you are on your phone, make sure that you swipe up so that you see everything about this assessment. Sorry, I forgot to change to be a student, because what I'm seeing now, I'm seeing as a lecturer. Let me be a student and show you what exactly you will see as a student. There we are. You can see now the window has changed. Some information is there which was not there when I logged in as a lecturer. Now I logged in as a student. Then as a student, you get those instructions, you get the attachment to download, and then there is other information that informs you how many times you are allowed to take or to submit. It shows here you are allowed 2 attempts. Remember, there are 2 ways of doing these attempts. Some lecturers, we advise them to do manual permission to allow you to submit, so that you don't just misuse these attempts. Remember, even previously, when you submit and resubmit, there will be time when now the assignment is closed for you. You can't submit for the 3rd time. So that's why majority of lecturers will do the manual allowance of resubmission. So once you submit, you might not be able to resubmit immediately. You will need to communicate with your lecturer to say, I submitted the wrong assignment. Where do you do that? You scroll down again, you see where it says comments. You click on the comment, you write a message to your lecturer to say, I submitted the wrong document. May you allow me to resubmit? The lecturer will see your comment and will manually allow you to resubmit. Some lecturers will leave the automatic resubmission on. However, if they say you are going to submit 2 times, once you upload and you upload again, the system will close for you. You will not be able to resubmit again. And then it is showing you again the time that is remaining for you to submit this assessment. And then some assessments, especially that this is postgraduate, your lecturers will mark using what we call marking guides and rubrics. So if they are going to use marking guides or rubrics, they will show the rubric here or the marking guide. Here, this is a marking guide. And I'm saying to the students, kindly note this marking guide will be used to grade this assessment, and you need to use it as a guide as well, because here it shows that you are going to describe online learning, it's worth 20 marks, and what is needed there. You need to give clear description that is motivated with current sources. It's important to read what is in the grading criteria, because if you don't read, for example, if they say describe online learning and you go there, you just write 2 sentences, are you going to get 20 marks? Or even if you go there, you write the whole 2 paragraphs, but you did not motivate with current sources, are you gonna get 20 marks? Good. Again, you can get a question that says define online facilitation. That definition on the grading criteria, you are told that you need to support with 2 or more current sources. So these are type of information you will receive as postgraduate students. Somewhere you are going to be told to even include the reference list. So it's also important that as you respond, you look at the maximum score. This is the mark allocated for that question. And then now you scroll down again, you will get an opportunity to add your submission. Sometimes when you get into the assignment, you'll find this tab is not there. When this tab is not there, it means this assessment is not yet opened. One student asked, why do lecturers no longer give us assessments when the year starts? It's because majority of students focus on assessment than learning. Our assessment should be for learning. That's why we have lessons where you need to learn something first, then you come and you become assessed. Another reason is we are trying to manage submissions, because if you submit being a large number at a specific day, it might affect the system. So to manage that, the ICT made sure that we do not open the assessments on the same dates, and even our closing dates should be different for that reason, to be able to manage our submissions. Then you are going to click on Add Submission. When you click on Add Submission, you will find this space if your lecturer made provision for you to type in line. You remember my first instruction was you can, no, it's not an instruction, actually it was an option to say you can type in line. This is where you are going to type in line. And sometimes some lecturers will even limit the number of words. Then you will see down here, there will be a number of words that are limited for you. If maybe they want you to write 500 words or whatever words, 250 words, they will limit. Some lecturers, if they didn't activate this option, you will not see this space. What you'll see, it will only be this space where you upload the file. And if you are given 2 options, like here, or 3 options, please make sure that you choose one. You don't type here and upload a file. No. If you type here, you don't upload the file. If you upload the file, you don't type here. Then if you choose to upload the file, you can either drag the file, drop it here, or you can click on this icon which looks like a page. It says add, then you add. Majority of us will be adding files. That's why I'm not talking about this adding a folder, this creating a folder, because as students, you are not going to be submitting folders. You are going to be submitting files. Even if it's a portfolio, it will be in a form of a file. And then you are going to choose file wherever you have saved your file, and then you will get it, and then you submit. I'm just going to look for one file. Let me just submit a Word document. I'm going to show you something. When you submit a Word document, even though the lecturer has said to you submit a PDF, you are creating more admin for your lecturer, because your Word document, it will not open in the system as it's supposed to be marked. It will open in the download folder of the lecturer. The lecturer now will have to save it as PDF and then be able to mark it. So, and then now the lecturer will not be able to mark it online when you submitted a Word document. The lecturer will only mark it offline and bring it back online with your marks. So you can see that if you submit Word documents, they create more admin for your lecturers. But the system, it will agree for you to upload that Word document. It will not reject it. But I'm pleading with you to say, please, if the lecturer specified that submit a PDF, do that, submit your PDF. And then when you have done that, you can edit the submission. If maybe you see that the document you have uploaded here is not the correct one, you can edit the submission, or you can just remove this document. After removing it, you can replace with the correct one. And then you will see the button here that says submit. Some of the lecturers will not activate this button of submitting assignment. They will, and if it's not activated, you will find a button that says save. then by clicking save, you are submitting the assignment. So you should not worry. It's either you will see save or submit. And when you click the submission button, sometimes it's not the end. If the lecturer have activated a declaration statement, you will have to check this box that says this submission is my own work, especially that you are postgraduate students. You need to acknowledge, you need to declare if indeed you didn't just go to Google and copy definitions and descriptions and paste it in your document and submit it, because remember, we have Turnitin at the moment. Turnitin is they were still sorting out issues. Previously, it was linked in this system wherein your document will be subjected to Turnitin. I hope it will be resolved soon, and you will get a message that will confirm if you are sure you want to submit your work for grading. And once you click continue, it will be submitted and you will get a notification. I'm also going to show you that notification, but here you will see that it says submitted for grading. You are welcome to screenshot that as your proof to say you have submitted. However, you will also receive an email in your My Life inbox, which you can keep as a proof that you have submitted the assignment. And that email will look like this. It says to you, you have submitted your assignment submission for assessment 1. And if you are not using your My Life email, it means you are going to miss out on this kind of proof of submissions. So make sure that your My Life email is activated. So now you have submitted, and then as a lecturer, I'll be able to get your submission and mark it. I'm just quickly, Prof. Magano, still 1 minute to just show the students how we're going to see their submissions. Oh, it didn't come through yet. I can show that later if I still have a minute. Let me quickly show you how you're going to respond to the quiz. So you just click on the assessment and then it opens. So because now I'm not a student, it says preview. Let me go back, switch a role as a student so that it can give me the opportunity to attempt. It says attempt the quiz. Then you click on attempt and then you get the questions. You can see this is a matching column questions. If you are not used to the matching column questions, you know you are going to click on the drop down arrow, then you choose the correct answer. So as you are navigating this quiz, you will see there's a quiz navigation that shows you how many questions are there. And then as you complete the questions, you will get it will show, let me quickly, it's a long one. Let me just quickly choose the questions randomly so that I show you what will happen on the quiz navigation, because those are the things that will assure you if you are on the right track completing your assignment. And then once you are done, you will go to the next page. Then once you click next page, you will see that the first one has been attempted. There will be an indication there. Let me show you what happens in other pages. This is a multiple choice which has got multiple selections. So as you go into answer this one, you can choose more than one answer. I'm warning you to say you will be able to choose all the answers, yes, but we are advising lecturers that in this kind of questions, for students not to guess, if you just choose all for the sake of maybe choosing, you will get the marks that you were supposed to get, they are going to be minused from you. So make sure that you understand the question and you know the answers so that you choose only the correct answers. Do not do guesswork. We are not doing that to punish you, but we are doing that to make sure that learning takes place, not memorization of work. Then you can find questions which are essay type in the quiz. Because also some of you think when you see quiz is only multiple choice, I'm going to do guesswork. No, it doesn't happen like that. Now, this question says discuss the effect of load shedding on online learning. You need to write your discussion here. So I just showed you how you will find your quiz. Remember, it can be different types of questions, not only multiple choice. And then once you are done, you will see here also that you are done. Let me just finish the attempt. Then it will show you some report to say you have an incomplete answer, which is 1, and then you didn't answer 1 question. Number 3, it is saved. Number 4 is not yet answered. Then it will give you an opportunity to return to this attempt so that you complete what you didn't complete. And if all are completed, it will also give you that report. This is a status report, and then you can also submit all and finish. And then it tells you once you submit, you will no longer be able to change your answers for this attempt. Then you submit, you get notification that you have submitted. We have forums as well, where as students you are going to be supposed to respond into a forum. In this one, I didn't put a forum. I'm going to show you a forum in this module. A forum looks similar to the announcement. So the icon looks the same, because announcement also, it is created from a forum. When you answer a forum, you will get this tab that says add a new discussion topic. Do not worry. By adding a new discussion topic, you are participating in this forum. Just know that for you to participate, you need to add a new discussion topic. And most of the forums which are formal assessments, lecturers usually will set them that you submit only once, not more than that, because they are grading that. But some still, even if they are graded, you will find instruction that says you post and then you go to other student posts, you reply and give a feedback on them. So you need to also be able to do that. But when you start your own post, you click on add a new topic, and then if others have added topics already, I'm going to go to this one that says introduce yourself. If others have already introduced themselves, maybe you want to respond, you'll click on what the person have written there, then you click reply, then you reply on it. So you add your post once, and then you reply on others. You don't add so many posts, because now it will be just many posts, maybe you saying one thing over and over. So I've shown you the forum, the quiz, and the assignment. We have another one which is called a workshop. I do think many lecturers are not using it, but those who are using it, I'm sure they will be able to take you through it, because it's a very long activity. It includes self-assessment, peer assessment, and a lot of other things. And I believe some of postgraduate lecturers, they will want to use it, because it teaches you also how to do peer assessment. But today we are not going to touch on it. I hope I covered most of the information. I just wanted to go quickly to the one I submitted to just show you how your lecturer will view that assessment. Is it this one? Okay. Participants are 3. No, it's not the right one. Sorry about that. Let me go to my PTVET 20. It should be 2021. Sorry about this, 2021. Oh, I know why I cannot see it, because I didn't enroll myself as a student. Sorry about that. I might not be able to see it. Maybe I can just show that on a different submission. Yeah, submission won't go through because I didn't enroll as a student. I can just go to one of this if there is any submission. No. Okay. On this one, I can be able to show quickly. Assignment 1. When you view the submission, I'm hoping to get the one in a Word. Yeah, this one is in a Word document. A lecturer will go here wanting to grade your assessment. Then, fortunately, this one is able to show here. This is what I was indicating to you, that the lecturer is supposed to put ticks and marks here. Sometimes when it's a Word document, it doesn't appear here. Maybe this one because I already marked and put it back. And then the lecturer will be forced to click on that assessment to open it offline so that it can be returned again to the system. So for lecturers to be able to do your marking with ease, make sure that you submit the types of files that they request you to submit. From me, Professor Magano and colleagues, thank you so much. I'm going to stop here. I hope I covered all that students might want to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mpahlele. Indeed, I believe our students now know how my UNISA will be looking like because they were used to Sakai. Now it's a different platform, and I think by now they are aware of what they're going to do, and I know some have already started navigating. There are questions on the chat, Dr. Mpahlele. I saw some of our colleagues were responding. If you are able to give some of the clarity somewhere, please do so, since we are still in the house. Colleagues, we are left with 14 minutes before our tea break and comfort break. I'm just going to take a support staff now because we must keep it short. I said all the support presentations will be short, and then all the academic presentations will be longer. Why? These are postgrad, and we need to clarify some of the things where we know they are experiencing hiccups. Mr. Nkuna from Aksuit, if you are available, can you take us through until our tea break?
Thank you so much, Program Director, for always ensuring that you accommodate diversity in your programs. Then I'll be short. As a result, I will not be showing up my presentation. Because our students are postgraduate students, they are already familiar with the processes and the systems of the university. What I will do is to encourage them to disclose their disability, in particular, those who acquired them in the duration of their studies. And again, for our students whose disabilities progressed, please disclose so that we can provide the necessary reasonable accommodation. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking too much of your time, I'd like to share our contact details with you so that you can make contact with us. For academic support in the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities, we are most welcome to send an email to nkunapj@unisa.ac.za. If you require accessible study material and assistance with access technology, seeing that students with disabilities use complex access technology, please feel free to send an email to moodld@unisa.ac.za. If you need sign language interpretation services, please send an email to maba@unisa.ac.za. srs@unisa.ac.za. Again, for orientation mobility, you can send an email to zika@unisa.ac.za. I'll also write the contact details on the chat. I'm reading them aloud for our students who are blind and partially sighted, so that they will know what exactly is the contact details. And for bursaries, assistive devices, and human support services, please send an email to mashwmm@unisa.ac.za or nkunapj@unisa.ac.za. With these few words, I'd like to leave you with this quote by Thomas Edison. Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Nkuna. And thank you for reading for the students who won't be able to read on the chat. Thank you. You are also teaching us and empowering us how to deal with inclusivity. Then for those who want to see them on the chat, as you have promised, do so. Shall we applaud Ntate Nkuna for keeping to time? 3 minutes only, and he gave us the gist of what ArcSuite is doing. I'm going to take this 10 minutes and allocate it to the library. They will take us to our tea break at 11. Library, 10 minutes to you. Memotsatsi, over to you.
Good morning, colleagues and students. And I would like to welcome all the students. I'm from the library, and we are 2 personal librarians assisting postgraduate students and honors students. I'm sharing my screen with you, and I hope you can see it because I want to give you few indicators. Is it showing me, Makano, or not yet?
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, okay, let me try again. Right, let me try again. I'm eating up your time now.
No problem.
Right.
Coming.
Yeah. It's coming up now, no? There you are.
Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it. Just do a presentation mode.
All right. All right.
So I see you have 31 slides. These are postgraduate students.
I am going to do a marathon. I'm going to run, actually, and for me to save time, what I'm going to do, I just want to remind the students that we are still going to organize training for them specifically for postgraduate students and honors student, BEd, and that's where we are going to dwell more on specific chapters or issues or whatever that they require us to explain. Here, I just want to make them aware that with slide number 2, when they search for information from the UNISA library, especially the e-reserves, because that's where they get stuck, they need to visit the library. And so I'm going to handle 2 things, like quickly e-reserves, recommended materials, e-resources, which is very important because you can use e-books and e-journals wherever you are. So you don't have to come to the library. You just need to log in with your MyUNISA and your email so that you can have access to our library resources. So as you heard that Dr. Rampatele emphasizing the importance of MyUNISA. So make sure that your MyUNISA password is up and running so that you can have access to our library resources. Otherwise, you're not going to win this one. I just want to show you how to get to the e-reserves. You go to the normal UNISA website, the one you are used to, and then you'll see there is library, as I've indicated here. Once you click that, and then it takes you to the library page, and then immediately you can see that here the e-reserves and recommended books are lying. So you need to click there so that it takes you to this page. And on this page, you need to put in your module code. Let's say you are doing Medium 9, whatever, you type that. Whatever module code you are using, you type it here. And once you have done that, let me do the slideshow. Sorry. It will be easy because now I think it's distracting you. Okay, let me not waste time. Once you click the module code, it brings you here to show that this is what is available for 2022. In 2021, the e-reserves were lying here, but now it's 2022. You are going to click the 2022 so that you can see what e-reserved were referred to you. So once you click that, it comes up like this. As I said, let's say you are doing Medium 9.1. All these articles, your lecturer is recommending them to you to use. So it doesn't mean that you must use everything. So, but you must make sure that when you produce your project, it's comprehensive. So make sure that you choose the articles properly so that you can read in order to be able to produce your project. And then remember the importance of my UNISA password. Once you click, you try to access those e-reserves, you won't be able to access the full text or the article in full or a book because you need to authenticate yourself. This is the area where you need to authenticate yourself. If you see this page, put your student number and your password, the UNISA password, and then you log in. Once you log in, and then you'll see the article will be in front of you. So it's up to you which tool or function you're going to use here. You can either download to your USB or you can print if you've got a printer attached to your laptop or whatever device you're using. And I'm running. I think the questions will be posted on the chats and I'll respond to them. And then I'm coming to the area where, remember we had two areas I wanted to show you quickly. So now you want to find resources like online books and online journals and journal articles using our library catalog. So it's the same route. You go to the UNISA website, the main one, and you click library. And when you get there, now you are going to choose search the catalog, because this search the catalog is going to direct you to a place where you will be able to see what electronic sources are there for you. Remember, I showed you the e-reserves where they are lying. You go here and you type your module code and you get to that. Then on this page, I just want to draw your attention to this fact. This is the template. Immediately you click our library catalog. This is the page that will come up, and it gives you, it will come up with title only. If you do have a specific name of a book, then you're going to type it here and you search. But if you are not sure, you are still looking for other books and authors that you are not sure of, you're just working on your key term, then you are going to use the keyword search. But if you've got a specific author, remember I say you've got options. You can say, I'm looking for a specific author. You just click author and you type the name of the author here. I just want to draw your attention quickly to this. When you click this arrow, you'll see there is more selections that you can select if you are looking for ebooks, or if you are in Cape Town, you just want to see what is available in Cape Town. There is just a long list, which is easy, and you can be able to choose what you are looking for. And then once you have done that, it's, remember I said it's only when you have specific names, then you can use this area. But when you are looking for electronic journals, ebooks, and OERs, you can come here and you type your term as I did here. you put them in inverted commas so that you tell the system to say that whatever you bring up for me, it must be a phrase. Once you don't do that, you put in inverted commas, you are going to pick up research somewhere else and methodology somewhere else. So, but when you say to the system, I want to come up as a phrase, it will bring all the information with this phrase as following one another. And if you want to combine, you want to be specific, you can say and education. But if maybe you want to do according to your, let's say, environmental education, you can also do that. There are books and e-books, electronic books and journals related to that. Once you have done that, and you will come to this page, which is very important. That's why I repeated this page so that you can know that when you come to this page without attending to it, you won't be able to go further than that. So remember, you've typed research methodology and education. As you can see, these are the results. And what I'm showing you here, it brings up, actually it saves you time. It brings up the articles at the same time. It shows you the books in the library, and it shows you the electronic books. So it shows you all the collection, as long as you used the second search box, that is ENCO. So if you use this, you are going to pick up everything from the library catalog. And then on your left, you can see they show you that from the library catalog, this is how many you picked up. And from EBSCO, which is one of our databases, this is so much that you can get from our. Then you can go further and say, I don't want to waste time. I'm mainly looking for, you can tick here, these boxes. I want full text and peer reviewed. And you go further and say, you look, what else do you want to select? So this area, it makes you to refine your search the way you want it to come out. As I said, it's important here because it brings up everything at once. You don't have to use search the catalog, then go out and then go into our different databases. So when you use the ENCO, the second search box, it will bring up everything at once. And because we all know that students like using Google actually, not even Google Scholar for that matter. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that you need using Google Scholar is more scholarly and academic than the ordinary Google, because Google, remember, for starters, is commercialized. And number two, you'll find that some of the articles there are not peer reviewed and they are not scholarly. So it's better if you use Google Scholar. And here is the address. I'm showing you the address. But even if you go to Google straight and type Scholar, you'll get to the page. So once you get there, this is the page. It will look like this. And then you type your search. Remember the importance of putting the inverted commas so that you can pick up the phrases as you want them to come out. And then I'm going to draw your attention to these three lines. When you want to set up your Google Scholar, what is nice is that you can set up your Google Scholar to be able to fetch the information from UNISA library and bring it up to you whilst you are searching Google Scholar. So you need to set it up first by clicking these three lines. This will come up. Remember, I said you click the three lines at the top left corner, and this will come up. So you are setting up your Google Scholar, meaning you are linking the Google Scholar with UNISA library. So once you have done that, you click settings, and then this will come up, and it will show you that you've got different options. You want to click connect your library with Google Scholar. So you are linking your library here now. So in this case, we are linking UNISA library. Once you click that, once you click library links, before we move on, I just want to draw your attention on the same page where you clicked settings. You can also set up your settings to say, I am going to use RefMan or RefWorks. By the way, there is something which we call reference management tools or reference managers, which are very important for citation. So you've got different options available, but we support, as the UNISA library, we support RefWorks and Mendeley. So you'll find Mendeley under RefMan. So if you want to use Mendeley, it's a training for another day because it can take up the whole day because you must open the account, etc., etc. So I'm just showing you that when you link your library, remember to once and for all set up your Google to be on either Mendeley or RefWorks. Once you finish that, this is coming up. Now you are linking your university. So you say University of South Africa, and then you search. Once you search, this comes up. At the beginning, when you type, you'll notice when you type this is not up. But once you say University of South Africa and you click, this it comes up as options. So it's up to you. You say, okay, I want University of South Africa UNISA library, and I also want the ProQuest full text. ProQuest, by the way, it's one of our databases, which you can also search through our library page. But if you want to get articles from ProQuest as well via Google Scholar, you can do it here. So once you link it, so automatically you'll be able to access the ProQuest and other databases, of course, from UNISA. And the first one, it's a world catalog, meaning it's open, it's a world catalog, it's all over all the libraries. They've put their collection here. So I always choose it because you find that we don't have that copy, and you will be able to see which other library has got that specific book we are looking for, and we can do the interlibrary loan for you as a postgraduate. Then once you have select these boxes or checked these boxes, you save. Don't forget to save, because if you don't save, it means every time you go to Google Scholar, you must go through the steps again and save. Once you have saved, and then you can start searching, as I showed you. As you can see, I've put the research methodology as a phrase, and I'm combining with education, as you can see. And remember, when you use this, we call these Boolean operators, and don't try to remember it. It doesn't matter. It helps you to refine your search. It's either you use not, and you use or use and they've got different functionalities. So once we organize training for you, we are going to dwell on this further. Then you search. Once you search, these are your results. They are coming up. As you can see here, nothing shows that there is something from UNISA. It means we don't have it. We don't have access to it. So it means you'll have to visit the UNISA library databases. But the second one, remember the first one is not showing you anything from UNISA. But the second page, this is the first page, it just shows you the research gate, meaning you can access this and download it because it's open access, you can use it. But if you are looking for UNISA, so you must look for UNISA. This is the page. I just want to draw your attention to this area. Remember, when you search, the system is bringing up even old information at the top, and you are required to use the recent information. So you need to visit here and click 2022, meaning you'll be getting first publications published in 2022, etc., etc. So you'll be choosing that as you go along. So make sure that you go through this. And then this slide is showing you the create alerts. When you do this, when you create alerts, you're saving yourself time. It's very important to create alerts because once you have searched, the system remembers that, okay, Danisile created an alert. So, and she worked on this. So it means Danisile is working on this. Each time there is a new article published, it will be sent to your email automatically because you have created your alert. You have set up your alert. So the system will automatically send that article to you. So this is the area I want to show you. It shows that now, this one you can find it from UNISA. You can even find it from Springer. Normally, Springer will block you because they want to see where you come from. They want you to, because they are, we pay licenses. So we do have a database named Springer. So if you click here and you can't win, go to UNISA library, click UNISA library, and it will take you to this page. It will take you to this page. Remember, you clicked one article you are interested in. And once you see PDF, it means this is a full article which you can download or save it wherever you want to save your information. Whether you use USB or whatever, you can save this. It's for you to use. But this one is showing you that it can take you to different interfaces, because remember the databases, they've got different interfaces. This one is different. It shows you that PDF. What is important to you is remember to look where the PDF is lying or the HTML. When you see PDF or HTML, it means that article is a full text available. You can readily download it. It's available for you. It's not just an abstract or a reference. Then when you click UNISA from your Google, remember here I said when you click UNISA specifically, maybe you tried Springer Direct here and it didn't want to open the full article. You go to UNISA library, you click UNISA library, and it will bring you to this page. Meaning UNISA is subscribing to this journal, and what is up here is all the different places where this journal is indexed. So this journal, you'll find it from these different databases. It's up to you which one you choose. It doesn't matter, but you need to check your date. Check your date and the volume number and the issue number. So as you can see here, I've selected this one, or I've chosen this one because I can see it says from 2011 to present, meaning 2021 is covered here. And by the way, all of them are covered here. Let's say for argument's sake, we were looking for 2010 and it was the only one.
Memotati, if you can summarize.
Yeah, I'm almost there. Right, if you click, then you are inside the UNISA library now, and it shows you all the volumes that we've got, all the issues. And once you click and it shows you the issue number, and here's your full text. Remember I said there's HTML and the full text. And here's your article after you have clicked full text. And thank you. As I said, I'll look at the chat and check the questions. And don't worry, we are going to organize training for the postgraduate and the BEd students, and we'll invite you. So you must visit your My UNISA as Dr. Ramasela showed you. So please visit the announcements, because the announcement, we are putting them there, and you'll see when is the training taking place. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Memotati. Indeed, this was fruitful and pitched at the right level of NQF level 8. Students, colleagues, let us just have a comfort break. It's 11:15. If we can come at 11:30 to have the academic modules be addressed by Dr. Madikizela Madia, Prof. Bikat. Over to our break. Thank you very much. Colleagues, welcome back. I know that we have just taken a short break, but our bodies needed that break. I'm going to request Dr. Madigizela Madia, the chair of the department in the Department of Educational Foundations, to put up her presentation and to guide the student on how to write in an academic way. So, Dr. Madia, the floor is yours. We are at NQF level 8, where the categories of level descriptors and competencies take us to another level of being able to express yourself in a more coherent and logical way, also using the right terminology. We are no longer going to speak like a first-year education student, but you'll be speaking like an honors student or a postgraduate diploma student. And Dr. Madigizela Madia is going to teach us how to do that. Over to you, Dr. Madigizela Madia.
Thank you, Prof. Magano, and good morning to our B.Ed honors students and PGD students. As introduced, my name is Dr. Madigizela Madia, and I'll be talking on the topic research and academic writing at postgraduate level. So my talk is going to focus more, it's going to specify, actually, I'm going to specify B.Ed honors, not to say the PGD are not important, just because the examples that I will be giving relate to B.Ed honors, but they also apply to PGD. Here is my this is my presentation outline. I'm going to explain why I specify B.Ed honors and what the implications of my talk are for academic writing and what we do in the College of Education to support our students at B.Ed honors and PGD level. Much of what I'll be talking about has already been introduced by Prof. Magano and Dr. Hanaway. So my talk will actually be brief in this instance. Right. It has already been mentioned that B.Ed honors is at NQF level 8, which is an NQF level higher than those that you did at undergrad level. So more information on NQF levels is available online. I have copied and pasted the website where you can get this information from. So there are expectations in terms of competence at NQF level 8. I have just copied and pasted a few for the sake of this presentation, but if you go to the SAQA website that is pasted on the screen, you will find more information of what is expected of you if you say you are a B.Ed honors graduate. There are applied competencies, and also there's an issue related to autonomy of learning. In terms of applied competence, among other expectations, what you need to be able to demonstrate as a graduate of a B.Ed honors program is that you are able to deal with complex problems using intellectual, research, and technological resources and tools that are provided by your discipline. So I have just highlighted a few concepts there, complex problems, meaning that at this level, you are not just going to deal with a question that you are given by your lecturer, you must be able to question everything that you come across and to try and come up with solutions where possible or recommendations where possible. So complex problems, this you will be doing using your intellectual capacity, using your research and technological resources. The colleagues that presented before me introduced you to a variety of technological resources that are used at UNISA, My UNISA, the library, and others. So the other competence that you must display as a graduate of a B.Ed honors program is that you are able to effectively retrieve information and process, and you are able to process skills. That has been introduced as well by the librarian, Ms. Mutsatsi, which means we have already started supporting you in that regard. You must also be able to critically engage with current research and scholarship in the area of your specialization. In other words, you are not only going to depend on the resources that you are given by your lecturer, but you are able to engage with current one, as have been introduced by our librarian. You will be able to retrieve most recent information from our library and from Google Scholar. One of the most important expected competencies for an NQF level 8 student is that you must be an autonomous learner. In other words, you must be able to critically evaluate your own work, and you must be able to critically evaluate other people's work. This, by work, I mean literature, your own writing and other people's writing. You must be critical of what you are writing, and you must be critical of what you are reading. And you must be able to justify what you are saying as you are being critical. The other issue is that you must have a capacity to manage your learning tasks independently. At this level, you are not 100% dependent on your lecturer, but you must be able to work independently, professionally, and ethically. I think a part of the professional one has already been alluded to, in terms of you are not going to take other people's work and pretend it's your own. And ethically, that will be dealt with by the next presenter. So what do we do to support the students to attain the competencies as required by SACA stipulations of NQF level 8? The first and the obvious one is that the program, B.Ed Honors, is offered fully online. We don't do blended learning as formerly has been the case. So why is this program offered or fully online? This attends to the requirement of SACA that our students must be able to deal with technological resources and tools. The second way in which we support our students is the modules, the modules themselves that we offer at B.Ed Honors level. The first one that I'm going to talk about is the research methodology module, which is titled Research in Education with a code RSE 4801. Dr. Hanaway talked about this module. Now, this module is purposed to develop your postgraduate level of knowledge, skills, and competencies, which will enable you to be competent researchers in an educational setting. So there's a lot that you will read, you will learn from that module, which prepares you to be a competent researcher in education. Among other things that you will learn from this module is the understanding of theories and methodologies in educational research. That is very important because at this level, you must write, your writing must be based on theories. It must be framed by theories. You are not just writing for the sake of writing, but you are critiquing theories that are at your disposal. And sometimes it may be possible that you are also writing to develop a theory yourself or some kind of a framework. So you will also learn to understand and use research methods and techniques in educational research. So in this module, you will be actually introduced to different research methodologies, different research approaches, research designs, how you identify a topic to research about, how you identify your participants and how you sample them. All those things you will learn from this module. And then you will also be provided with reading materials in the module. And these reading materials represent the views and perspectives of the authors. These views, you cannot just present them as if they are your own, but you must reference the authors. Now, this prepares you, according to the expectations of SACA, it prepares you to evaluate and to engage critically with the views of others. In the module, you are also encouraged to identify and use other relevant and quality resources. This, again, is very important because it will say you are an autonomous student. You are able to see, okay, this resource is related to what I am writing about and to what my lecturers have given me. How do you identify those? You will be supported by the lecturers in this module. The third aspect in which we support you is another module again, which we call research project in education. So this one is where now you are guided to do a research in a chosen subdiscipline in education. This year, 2022, we are planning to have as many disciplines, as many topics in different disciplines as possible, so that you have a wide choice of the research project that you would like to do. I saw one of the students asked earlier on the chat whether there will be a topic on his or her area of economic management. The topics that you will be given, you might be able to find a way of attending to your own discipline as you do your research there. So the research project, it also provides an opportunity for you now to apply those theories that you learned in the research methodology module. You will be able to identify which of those theories relate to the topic that I'm working on, which one relates to the subdiscipline in which I'm doing my research. What concepts are relevant to my topic? What methods can I use? You will be able to apply what you learned from the research methodology module. So in this research project, you will you develop a research project practically from the introduction to reporting what your findings were, or it will be just a research proposal from one of the disciplines offered. So it depends on which area you have chosen, because you will be given different choices. You will choose which one you want to work on. Some will want you to work on a project fully, and others will want you to just do a research proposal. That research proposal, I may have used a word just, but it is also a very intensive work that you will do in that project. Now, it is very important that you pay attention to what you will be doing in this project, because if you have worked very thoroughly on your project, This can be developed further for your master's research project if you want to continue in academia. So with the guidance from your supervisor, your project or your proposal can be developed further for master's research project. Now, what are the implications of all what I've just said for your academic writing? How should you write? So it is very important, dear students, that you note what I've just said, that it has to do with reading, identifying sources, and all that. What it means is that to write at an NQF level 8 level, you don't just write, you must read. Reading and writing cannot be divorced at this level. You must be able to critically engage with reading materials and other relevant literature. Reading materials that have been given by your lecturers, but also other relevant literature. As I said, you must be able to identify relevant literature for your topic. So what does it mean to critically engage with the reading materials? It means you identify assumptions from what you are reading. What does this author assume, right? What are the values that are displayed from what I'm reading? What knowledge systems and claims are evident in what I'm reading? Compare the texts so that you can identify consistencies and inconsistencies. Find that this author says this, but the other one says a different thing. So that is very important that you identify it and you speak about, you write about those inconsistencies. To say author A says, but author B says. And then if there are consistencies, you say apparently many authors agree that this and this is the case about a particular concept or a particular topic. Then you must be able to draw conclusions from various readings. That is what I've just said, that you conclude that, okay, so from what I'm reading, I see that there are inconsistencies in terms of concept A or topic A, or there seems to be consistencies like that. In other words, you are critiquing what you are reading. You are not accepting everything you read as the truth with capital letter. So to accept something as a truth is when you just present it as it is, as if, because if you present it as it is, it means you agree with what this author is saying. So at this level, you must be critical of what you are reading, and then you write according to your own conclusions. So, like I said, I just am using examples from the B.Ed honors, but what I'm saying, it can also apply to the PG Dip. In your tutorial letter 101 of RSC, I have copied and adapted this information from page 10. It says when you write, because for this particular module, you will be given questions because you will be writing assignments. So you are given questions to respond to, right? So it is very important that you focus and respond to the question. You don't find yourself talking about something else which was not in the question. So be focused. And how will you be able to do this? It is if you read thoroughly so that you are able to make sound interpretations and analysis of what the question expects of you. And then you ensure that you address the key concepts and central aspects of the question. So it is very important that you understand the question, because some questions will be complex, meaning that they have various parts that you need to attend to. So you must make sure that you have attended to each part of the question. Secondly, you must take note of originality and articulation. In other words, at this level, avoid copying and pasting from texts. As I said, you must be critical of what you are reading, and as you are being critical, you are bringing in your voice to what you are reading. This is what the literature is saying, so therefore, this is what your interpretation of it is. So your responses must reflect your own understanding of the topic as guided by the text. Now, most importantly, make sure that you acknowledge the authors or the sources that you have used by citing them in your text and then listing them in your list of references. That is very important. Then for the research project, remember for this one, that is the research methodology module, I said your lecturer will give you a topic, a question to respond to. But for the research project, where you apply what you learned from the research methodology, you will also have to read. Like I said, reading is very important at this level. But now, instead of reading just to answer the question that you have been given, at this level, you read for your project, you read for the purpose of identifying a gap in knowledge, because you must do a research or you must develop a proposal. So you read for the purpose of identifying a gap. So when you write, you are going to say, okay, here is the gap that I've identified. I read source number 1, source number 2, source number 3. This is what I am identifying from them, but then I don't identify this and this. That is the gap, right? So in this one, for your research project, you will not be given a question per se. What the lecturers have done for this module or for the project is they have given you very broad topics from which you should choose which one you want to work on. Very broad, such that they can allow a number of topics that any of you will decide to work on. Broadly, this is the topic, but what exactly do you want to research on in this particular topic? So, which means at this one, on this one, you will develop the question yourself. You are not going to be given a question. You may be given a topic, but what is the question? What is the research question as informed by the knowledge gap that you identified from your reading? What is your question? So this is very important, because unlike in the other modules that we have done, maybe at undergrad and also at the research methodology module, where you were given a topic, or a question to respond to, now this is your research project. What question are you trying to answer? So I just made a very shallow question example there, that you are, for example, reading on you are reading literature that speaks about how teachers interact with learners in the classroom to enhance learners' performance in mathematics. So that is what you are reading is about, how teachers interact with their learners and how that interaction enhances performance of learners in mathematics. But as you are reading that literature, you do not find any information about how teachers interact with learners online, which is actually something that we need to know about due to the changes brought about by COVID-19. So you don't find anyone writing about that, how we interact with our students online and how that interaction impacts on student performance in mathematics. So that is the gap that you are identifying from what you are reading. Then what is your question? You formulate a question because we have identified a gap. It can be either a question or a hypothesis. All those two research question or hypothesis, you will be introduced to those in your in your research methodology module. That is what the difference is between a research question and a hypothesis. But what is important is that even for this research project, you must focus and respond to the question that you have developed. For example, if your question is about teachers and learners, teacher-learner interaction online, at the report level, we must not now hear you talking about school management, which had nothing to do with your question. I'm just making an example. Right, so what is also important, Prof. Magano alluded to this, is that you write logically. You must write logically so that you help your readers to follow what you are arguing about or what you are discussing. This argument must flow from one sentence to the next, from one paragraph to the next, from one subtopic to the next. So there are lots of transitional words or phrases that you can use to make sure that your work is coherent or is logical. You can use words such as, for example, in other words, this statement suggests that, yet another key point, this is different from, with this in mind. So these are just few examples of phrases and words that you can use to ensure coherence in your writing. I just adapted this from a website which I've shown there. I'm saying I adapted it because I added some of the words that were not originally there. I'm going to read it so that you can see how it flows, which is what we expect from your work at a B.Ed honors level. Historically, Letaba Metro has only funded projects that benefited the population as a whole. For example, the recent initiatives to build a bypass road to Johannesburg were approved because of their importance to the metro. However, that is a joining word for flow. However, the new initiative to construct a baseball stadium in Jesu does not make sense. While baseball is an enjoyable sport, there is no justification for spending 210 million in public funds for this stadium because Jesu has only less than 5,000 people. Besides, the majority of the residents is not interested in baseball. Based on these facts, the proposed stadium is not a need for either the Jesu community or the whole Letaba Metro. Therefore, the project should not be publicly funded. Okay, so this is a very layman person's kind of writing in the sense that I didn't refer to literature, but obviously yours will be based on literature. For example, the first statement that it makes, Letaba Metro has funded projects, you will have to cite literature that says that. The examples that you are giving, cite literature. Everything that you say, you cite literature, where you got this information from. This is just an example. So one other thing that we talked about in terms of expected competencies is that you must be ethical in your writing. This will be presented by another speaker. But I just want to emphasize that ethical writing is more than just avoiding plagiarism, but also submitting trustworthy work. For example, if you are given a research task, is your report trustworthy? Can we trust what we are reading? So 99.9% of the time, as lecturers, we are able to detect the elements of untrustworthiness from your work. So we just want to alert our students that we are able to see when you just sat down and made up some information. That is very easy for us to identify. So I wish all our students all the best with your studies, and I thank you for this time. Thank you, Prof. Magano.
Thank you, Dr. Madigizela Madia. I thought you were still going to continue. You know, I was enjoying. I was enjoying the flow. I was enjoying the logical, the coherence, you know, and those words. However, for example, while, besides, based on these facts, or against this background, perfect, you know. So we are no longer going to find sentences that are not connected, but we saw how we must write. Thank you so much. I enjoyed listening to this academic writing. Thank you so much, Dr. Madigizela Madia. Students post questions on the chat. I saw Dr. Hanaway was responding. The PGDIP and straight B at honors difference there. Now we are going to, I think Doc was talking about the ethical way of writing. Professor Pierre Bicat, come and tell us about the Turnitin and why must we not fear Turnitin, but be comfortable with Turnitin and take it as one way of, I see the tools there. Okay, let me not budge, but these tools will explain what is Turnitin. Thank you. I like your humor, Professor Bicat. Continue.
Good afternoon, Professor Mahana, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to our students. Students, my name is Pierre Bicard. I'm part of the Honours B.Ed degree. The project module, I will look at the curriculum students and then also the module CSP. But today I'd really like to really fit in with what our previous speaker has spoken about, and that is the use of Turnitin. And mostly students are anxious about Turnitin, and I'd like to take you through what Turnitin does and what it can do for you, and how you can improve your writing. So I've termed this Turnitin as a tool and not a trial, because I'd like you as a student where your modules use Turnitin, I would really like you to be able to get the most out of what Turnitin is telling you. I'm also going to touch a little bit on paraphrasing, because that's the comment you're going to get mostly from your lecturers, is that you need to paraphrase. I just want to get this to go next. Okay, so let's first talk about the difference between similarity and plagiarism. So Turnitin doesn't tell you that your script is plagiarized. So Turnitin will tell you what the level of similarity is in your script or in your assignment. So similarity means having the same characteristics, whereas plagiarism is the actual practice of taking someone else's work or their ideas and passing it off as your own. And it can be intentional. So you have found an article that really matches exactly what the lecturer wants for question 3, and you're just going to take it and put it there because it's just so well packaged and it's so well written, and that is intentional, where you have taken something, you've put it down as your own, and you haven't cited it. Equally problematic is unintentional plagiarism, where, and I will show you in your script where you've omitted a citation, you haven't given the correct citation, or perhaps you've taken your own work and plagiarized it, and I'll show you how that can happen. So Turnitin is not there for you to check every time you make a few corrections. I don't have the exact setup because we're waiting for Turnitin to be integrated onto my modules 2022. As soon as that's up and running and available, your various lecturers will take you through that process. In the past, you've had to submit your assignment or your proposal to Turnitin yourself, download the report, and then submit that to my UNISA. We're expecting an integrated process this year where, as you submit onto the My Modules 2022, and Turnitin has been selected by your lecturer as part of your module, your assignments, then it'll run through Turnitin automatically. So as in the past, you'll be allowed 3 submissions. You'll have a first draft, a revised draft, and then the final submission. Very important is that, especially with the previous way that we worked, some of you were unable to get onto the UNISA Turnitin system, and it was deadlines looming, and so you gave your assignment to a friend at UCT or to somebody at UKZN, and you said to them, oh, please just put this into Turnitin because my lecturer won't mark it without it. What happens then is that Turnitin will keep that assignment under that student's name. And in 5 days' time, when you submit your assignment to Turnitin, it's going to see your friend as being the original owner of that assignment, and then it's going to flag your whole assignment as being similar. So please only use however UNISA is going to work with Turnitin. It'll be integrated, I believe, on the My modules, work within the UNISA system. The M and D students, that's something else. I won't discuss that now. So what does Turnitin do? You put your assignment through Turnitin, and it provides you with a report. Often not immediately, because it needs some time to go through all the millions of databases and articles that it has access to. So it may take 24 hours or so. It will give you a report with these colored lines and numbers. And they're very useful because number 1 will tell you, where did this come from? I'm hoping it would be Montgomery. So if you've missed a reference, if you have not been so good about your Mendeley or your RefWorks, it will tell you where did that come from, and then it'll help you to create a complete and accurate reference work. The colors are of no particular consequence. It just helps you. They use different colors for the different sources it's found, just to make the reading easily. So red is no more different to, let's say, the green coloring. It's just to make the reading easier. So the numbers, and if you click on these numbers, you'll be taken to this article or this source where Turnitin has found similarity, and you will be given a list of all of those, and I'll show you shortly. So if we look at this paragraph, thank heavens there is a citation there that you have given credit to the original author for that. But if we look at some of the other, it shows that no citation was given. So the student is putting that down as though it's their own work, but I'll help you through that in the next one. So the Turnitin report normally looks like this. It has at the top there the match overview, and that, as I was saying, does not say that this assignment is 58% plagiarized. It says that there's a 58% similarity with this work to other works that are already out there. The next thing you will look at is that it'll give you the numbering. Your most used source is this one, and you've used 5% of it. That's the next one. And so it'll list all of the sources that you've used, one after the other, from the highest percentage similarity. As a rule, about 5% for each source is about right. If you're using 50% from one source, then that is far too much. So that's how to interpret this report. That's the overall similarity, and that it is broken down from each source. So let's have a look at this paragraph. So Lev Vygotsky's social cultural theory, that is a known scholar in the field, and the words Lev Vygotsky, that's his name. I cannot expect you to paraphrase and give him another name. Sociocultural theory is also terminology in the field. I do not want you to paraphrase that. So in that case, this is not a problem. especially seeing that there is a citation that the student has given where the source comes from. This paragraph gets a little bit more interesting. I can see 3 different sources, but I do not see where the student has cited these sources. So then I will need to check where are these sources and why is there no citation. So this is problematic because there are 3 sources that you haven't given credit to. There are lots of, these society in the form of parents, teachers, and peers. You could rewrite that in your own words. All right, let's have a look at this paragraph. Quite problematic because even the citation has been flagged in red. So it means that there's a good chance that this entire paragraph came from somebody else's work with just a few things changed. So when you find paragraphs like this in your work, then yes, it is time to do paraphrasing and citing correctly. Let's just talk about direct quotes. Some students feel that it's all right, so I'm not allowed to use other people's work without citing it. I'll just use everything verbatim and just use quotation marks. What will happen then is that you're still going to get a high similarity index, although we will not be saying that you're plagiarizing, especially if there is a citation. No, you are not plagiarizing, but you have not written the words in your own words, and you have not actually interrogated and been critical and being involved in what you're reading. You've simply just put down quotes one after the other. So that doesn't make the work any better. So the direct quotes are also flagged by Turnitin, but they're not considered plagiarism if you've cited the source. But if you have too many direct quotes, it's going to increase your similarity index. So using quotes, only use the quotes when it's impossible to capture what and perhaps how the author has said something. So it must really be such a beautiful, such a interesting way of having put something that you don't feel that you would do justice by paraphrasing it. So that's the only time where you really want to bring in quotes. The rest of the time you are paraphrasing and you are citing. That's the most important. Okay, so let's talk about this word called paraphrasing, which really just means writing it in your own words. That's not always so easy to do. So let me see if I can help. So paraphrasing means you're writing the same ideas in different words and you are citing it. Don't forget to give credit to the person who first thought or the person who wrote this down. You will write it in your own words, but you will tell us that this idea comes from somebody else. That is the important part, so that you are not accused of plagiarism, that you have given credit to those ideas, even if you write them in your own words. All right, and by paraphrasing, you also show that you've understood what you have read. So here are 5 steps that could help you to paraphrase, and I've given you the source of where I found this from. So you read the passage several times, and really when you're reading academic work, those paragraphs are quite difficult. So take it one paragraph at a time. People who've been writing in the field for a long time write complex sentences. So read the paragraph a few times to make sure that you fully understand the meaning. Then write down what are the key concepts. What is this author trying to tell me in this paragraph specifically? Then put the article away and see if you can write that paragraph just briefly in your own words. Say, okay, in this paragraph, the author is saying this. All right, and then compare what you've got with the original paragraph to see, did I capture it correctly? Am I sort of saying what this author is saying? And then, most important, cite the source. That will keep you out of the plagiarism pot. I'm also going to give you 3 other ideas that I find work for me when I'm doing writing, because as academics, we also have to write. We're writing articles, we're writing book chapters, and we also need to be very aware of plagiarism and similarity. So I like to try and change the structure of the sentence. So start at the back of the sentence. So this paragraph is about low-income students, first-generation students, and older students are more likely to have problems taking advantage of online courses because of both access challenges and less experience and expertise with related technology. That is a mouthful in a sentence. So if you start at the back, so I decided to say, well, inexperienced. Do you see how I've taken less experience? Oopsie, sorry. I've taken less experience and rewritten it as inexperience. And instead of expertise with related technology, I've just said poor computer skills often plague older students or those from poorer families. So I've started with this at the bottom and gone back to finish my sentence with that at the top. You will notice 2 things. Your paraphrasing should shorten the original, and don't be afraid to use words that you are comfortable with and words that you know. You don't always have to use very fancy words when you are writing your sentences. You can always go back later and say, well, isn't there a better way to say this? And then you can find a better word. But in your initial paraphrasing, don't be afraid to just write it as you understand it. So that's the one tip I can show you, is to change the sentence structure, start at the back of the sentence and rewrite it. As I was saying, the academic writing can be very complex and the sentences can be quite long. So what you can do is break into separate sentences. So here we've got online learning refers to a learning environment that uses the internet and other technological devices and tools for synchronous and asynchronous instructional delivery and management of academic programs. So there's a lot there. So perhaps we want to split it into 2. Online learning, or e-learning, relies on the internet for communication and content sharing, full stop. And now we're getting to what the previous speaker spoke about, your phrasing and using signpost language, as Prof. van Wyk put in the chat. Furthermore, Barrett et al. Explained that teaching can be delivered asynchronously or synchronously. So one of the other ways in which you can paraphrase is to break one sentence into 2 or 3 separate ideas. And then you don't have to use all of it. Perhaps your article, your assignment is not about asynchronous or synchronous learning. So then you can leave that out and just use the one. The third idea, and our previous speaker alluded to this, is to bring in more than one source at this NQF level. And the type of writing we expect from you, you will be referring to more than one source. So that also helps with your paraphrasing. So here I have 3 sources that I have read. Technological underemployment, or a fear of technology replacing teachers, is a narrative sometimes heard in higher education circles. Although few people see technology replacing the university lecturer in the near future, it has rightly been described as a disruptive force. My second quote from another source: we are seeing a plethora of human classroom activities being served by computers. Sorry about that spelling. And then the third article I want to bring in is, while artificial intelligence can teach students or reinforce difficult concepts for struggling students, it can't replace a human teacher. So you then want to bring all 3 of those together. So I'm going to start with the Harrison quote: the idea that university instructors can be exchanged with computer technology has been suggested. by Harrison. Kumalo 2021 suggests that more and more teaching roles are being taken over by computers, comma. However, Lynch, there's my third one, 2018 states that technology is unlikely to replace lecturers. Now look at what I'm doing in that last green sentence. Now, as our previous speaker said, bring in your own voice. Now you are saying it should, however, be the teacher that decides what technology can be integrated into learning. So bring in more than one source. It helps you to paraphrase. You've got a tight paragraph, and then bring in your own voice too, because that sentence we perhaps will not find anywhere else. At an honours level, we want you to start the process of generating knowledge, of being part of knowledge production and not just consuming knowledge. So what Prof. van Wyk was speaking about is signpost language, or perhaps phrase banks. That's just an example of one. They will give you phrases for each part of your, let's say, a proposal. This is what they suggest for an introduction. This paper, this assignment argues that. This assignment discusses the case of. This assignment traces the development of. So if you will get a number of phrase banks for different sections. If you want to produce ideas that are counter to what you've got, they will give you phrases to help you. If you want to synthesize two ideas, they will give you phrases. It's not the only phrase bank available, but it is really nicely packaged. You're welcome to, just Google phrase banks to get other ideas, but it's these linking sentences that really enhance your writing and that enable you to very clearly communicate with us what you think about what you've just read. Sorry, let me go next. So in this example, this comes from an article. Similarly, the ways that people adapt and make use of tools in their work to support their cognitive abilities is poorly understood. This is because the theoretical approaches and experimental methods that have been applied to the area are not, in general, able to investigate these kinds of behavior. So I want to use that. So I will cite, according to Perry, and this is the Harvard method, date and page. How we use tools to support our thinking is not well known, but if I use the phrase banks, I could get a slightly fancier sentence. Perry, my citation, reported that not enough is known. Perry points out that, Perry maintains, Perry states, Perry identified. So as you are trying to communicate with us your argument, then you will need these different phrases to help you, because too often we're marking assignments that are just according to. At an honours level, we want you to start interacting with what you are reading and giving us your own ideas. Just again, a use of a thesaurus, yes, very good. It gives you alternatives to the words that are in the text. Make sure that they are the correct words for that context. Very often students are using a thesaurus or a paraphrasing tool and the completely incorrect term is brought in. I marked an assignment last year where it was human suffering that the student wanted to paraphrase, and he used animal pain. So no, it is a similar idea, but it's not exactly. So be very careful when using that the word that you are replacing is correct for that context. And then please don't think that this is acceptable as paraphrasing if the original is similarly the way people can adapt and use tools in their work, and all you do is change people to persons and tools to apparatus. Turnitin is going to pick up everything except those two words, and then we will know that all you did was simply replace two words, which is not what paraphrasing is. Prof. Mohana, that is my story. Students, we really wish you a successful academic journey. take on the reading that you have to do. Make sure that you are reading and giving your own ideas, and that you are interacting with those readings, with the articles, with your textbooks, that we want you to start developing your own voice. On each module site, depending on how the module will use Turnitin, the lecturer will let you know. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Bikat. You really attacked or killed two birds with one stone. We now know what Turnitin is, and we know how to avoid a high similarity index. So we are not scared. We are ready to face our NQF level 8 qualification. So there are questions on the chat, Prof. Bikat, if you can just pay attention to them. Connecting with Prof. Bikat's presentation, I'm now going to call Dr. Asterian Saba, who will address academic integrity. Remember what Dr. Madigizela Madia said on being ethical when you write. Now we are connecting again to talk about what is academic integrity. Dr. Saba, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Mahano. How come that today you decided to call me Nsaba, not Nsamba?
Oh, you have an M. Sorry, I think I spelled wrong here. Nsamba. Okay, thank you for this.
Samba.
For the consonant. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
You can share your presentation.
Yes, I'm trying to do that. Okay.
You can put fine, clear.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. And it's already afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, students. Students, I would like to congratulate you really for reaching this milestone. Please work hard so that you reach many more and keep it up. Yeah, the previous speaker, Dr. Madia, talked about writing ethically. So you may have wondered, what is it that I have to do to write ethically? One of those principles that you need to observe is academic integrity. I would like us to look at the word integrity, the definition coming from the Cambridge English Dictionary. Says it is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. I think we resonate with this one. Okay, let's look at different languages have also this particular word. It's not new, it's not strange. We know it. And it's a virtue, you know, that lived, you know, value. So we want our students to have this virtue, this lived value. So nobody's going to complain and say, I didn't know the meaning of the word integrity. It's there in all languages. Just pick any, it's there. Now let's move on to academic integrity, what we are expected to do when we are here at UNISA. How do we define it at UNISA? Academic integrity refers to values of honesty, trust, fairness, truthfulness, accuracy, respect, responsibility in teaching and learning, and in writing and research and community engagement. That comes from the UNISA policy of academic integrity. Okay, now our points of departure. I have two of them here because we have now to focus our discussion. We are talking to students because the definition was for everybody. Now we are going to talk about students. What do we expect from our students? All academic activities by students are expected to be based on sound ethical grounds and should be the result of a person's own skill and labor. Students, we encourage you to collaborate. Yes, work together. But when it comes to the written assignment, it's your own work. When it comes to the examination, it is your own work. So use your skill and the knowledge that you'll have acquired throughout. If you need support, your lecturers will be there to support you. So this is what we expect students to do. Use your own skill and your own labor. Another point, our starting point again, is activities that undermine academic integrity are dealt with by the registrar. This is for students in line with ordinary disciplinary measures. Now, undermine is a very, very powerful word. Okay, let me give you examples of things that are usually undermined. The Turnitin. The Turnitin is there to detect certain things. Okay, we want to understand similarities, but students will do all that they can just to bypass it, to stop it from working. That is undermining academic integrity, and we can take you to the DC's office and say, this particular student tried to cheat. Okay, I hope that is even our tools, the Invigilator app. It's not supposed to be undermined. It is there to protect all of us. It is there to invigilate. There are cameras. If we are told, you take photos, you do this, we need to do that because that is part of what we are supposed to do for that particular examination. So we need to respect all the rules and regulations that you are given by our university. Now let's look at the values that every UNISA student must uphold. We all have to be honest. We all have to be trustworthy. We need to be fair. Really, we cannot just achieve things out of nothing. That's why we need to work so that everything that we do is fair. We need to be truthful, accurate. Even when we report things, we need to be very, very accurate. We need to show respect of the tools that we have, respect of whatever we are given. We need to show this, and we need to be responsible. So these are the values that we expect. They are not, okay, actually they're supposed to be virtues. These are not aspirational. These are things that we want each student to possess. So we have been brought up this way. Activities that violate academic integrity. There are many activities that violate academic integrity, one of them being plagiarism. Professor Bickard has explained a lot about it. When you plagiarize, whether intentionally or unintentionally, you are violating academic integrity. So when you plagiarize, you know that you just copy word for word from books, from articles or sources from the internet, and you are not even acknowledging any sources. That is violating academic integrity. Cheating. Cheating comes when there are collaborations on any assessment, like assignments or examinations, without the lecturer's permission. You know that we have group assignments, and group assignments, that will be the lecturer to say, students, I'm going to group you and then you can do this as a group. But if the assignment is your own individual work and then you decide to collaborate with others, you are cheating and therefore violating academic integrity. Completing an assessment on behalf of another student. That's why there are cameras when you are writing, so that we see really the activities in the room where you are seated during the examination. So such things are supposed to be respected. Such tools are supposed to be respected. And when you contract or hire people to write assignments for you, it really pains me to see students submitting assignments whereby one is, can clearly see that this is not the work of the student. It has been done somewhere else, maybe in US, because sometimes you find that the context will be that of California, yet someone is in South Africa, in Limpopo. So let's not hire people to write assignment for us. Or some people buy assignments. Some students buy assignments and buy question papers. Please, let's not do, or copying from one another. That's cheating, and it should not be allowed. We continue with activities that violate academic integrity. Falsification, when some people alter results or evidence after collecting the data, then they may find that, no, I don't agree, and then now they start falsifying. That is violating academic integrity and referencing a source that has not been used. You understand? Clearly, that is falsifying, or altering data that do not support a desired conclusion, or rejecting research results based on self-interest. Research is research. Whatever results you get, you have to analyze and report with all the honesty you can put there. Or fabrication, that is intentionally inventing research results or findings. Yeah, there are some students who are required to do mini research. You find they're supposed to collect data, maybe from 2 students or 2 colleagues. Instead of doing that, they will fabricate and have their own things to say, I talked to, when they have not even talked to anyone. That is violating academic integrity. There is this one of facilitation of academic dishonesty, which is there. When we allow UNISA's tuition material to be used by other institutions without permission. You see, you cannot have the UNISA scripts, UNISA tutorial letters all over being used without permission. Or writing an assignment or taking an examination for another student. Now that we are fully online, people are tempted, Prof. Mahano, they are tempted to do this, you know, get people to write for them. That's being very, very dishonest. Or distributing assessment before the scheduled that particular assessment. Now, distributing like this business of buying question papers from whoever one does not even know, and then a paper is all over, is already known. As a good student, you are not supposed to be involved in that. And we are saying, we know that our students are good people. Do not allow people to mislead you. And Prof. Mahane talked about it earlier to say that do not allow anyone to mislead you. You know, just be honest in whatever you are doing, or as a student. Now, we have student obligations, and I have decided to divide them into the do's and the don'ts. This can be found in our academic integrity policy on academic integrity 2017. The do's and don'ts, let's start with the do's. Each student must submit his or her own original work, except when group work is required. Every student must reference all sources according to a recognized referencing style. Professor Bickard used Harvard. If you are being told use Harvard, use it and reference all your work in text and when you give the list of your references. Each student is required to attach a signed declaration of originality for assignments, projects, manuscripts, dissertation, and thesis. So these are this is very important. This piece is it has to be there because you are declaring that this is my work, my original work. Students have a moral obligation to report academic integrity violations. This is important, students. You should not face that way and say, I'm not seeing it. It's up to them to find out. It's up to the lecturers or whoever to find out. No, let's report whatever we see. We are protecting our university. We wouldn't like our university to be branded as the university of what? People who copy. It's not okay. Okay, now the do's. You see now this is a very shouting word, a shouting mark saying, please do not copy sentences, paragraphs, sections, diagrams, maps, tables, and any other information from articles, books, or internet sources into your examination script or assignments. Do not allow other students or any other person to help you write or answer the examination questions or assignments. And do not give help that goes beyond acceptable assistance or for money, favors, or other forms of compensation. Like I said earlier, people get tempted. You know, money will be shown to you, say, okay, you know, we can, okay, yeah, please help me, whatever, I'll give you this. Don't be involved in such. Do not contract people to write for you or buy assignments. That is highly immoral. Not copy the work of other students into your examination script or assignment. Don't do that. Remember, your work is your work alone, your labor. Do not manufacture data when you are inventing false information. When you are told, go and collect the data, analyze them, and report on that information, which is accurate, not falsified. Okay. I hope we are all together. And now, what are the consequences? A mark of 0 will be allocated to the submitted work if we find any sign of evidence of plagiarism or helping each other or whatever. Mark of is not negotiable. 0 is given like that. It will be given. Thereafter, you'll be warned. Shall write to you, warn you. There will be warnings. Your lecturers will warn you. Will try to educate you on how to do things the correct way. But if now we find that there are just too many warnings that you have received, eventually you'll be suspended. And We don't want to go that route of suspending a student for 2 years. I mean, canceling everything that the student has done and so on. We wouldn't like to go that route. So that is why we really have to uphold academic integrity. This is all we have for you today. The reference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nsamba. I now know that we are clear. We know that we will be suspended if we do not adhere to being students who uphold integrity. Thank you very much. We really appreciate these hints, and they are guiding us to avoid being suspended. 2 years or 5 years is just too long to suspend a student. We are left with 5 speakers, and now we are getting into issues of support towards our students. As I said in the morning, all support matters will be brief because these are postgraduate students. They are not like yesterday and day before yesterday when we were talking to undergrads. From assignment section, we are going to call either Ms. Siko or Mr. Rasebutsa to come and guide our postgraduate students. Tate Rasebutsa, over to you. Dr. Nsamba, you can remove your screen.
Yes, ma'am, I'm trying to unshare.
Okay, just click on the cross. Click on the cross.
Yeah, okay, see. I got it. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Well done. Assignment section. Okay, Mexico, over to you. Yes, we can see your screen. Mexico, over to you.
Good afternoon, Prof, students and lecturers. Mine is specifically with formative assessment. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's a PDF document.
Thank you. Assessment is an important part of teaching and learning. All students have to be assessed to show that they have achieved the level of competency and they have acquired the required knowledge to pass a module. Assessment in UNISA is based on assessment strategy that is aligned to ODEL policy. Assessment in UNISA is also aligned to the assessment policy, assessment procedure manual, and other teaching and learning policies.
Your page is not moving.
My page is not moving, sorry for that.
Yes, just scroll down.
Is it moving now?
No.
Let me stop sharing and share again. I'm very sorry for this.
Time, Mama, you can just talk. We'll assume. We'll get the document later.
Okay, thank you for that. Assessment, DSA support the administrative part of assessment in partnership with ICT to set up the necessary systems and processes. DSA is responsible for all assessment-related activities, formative, summative, and continuous assessment, handling all student inquiries regarding assessment-related matters, and support all the lecturers with assessment plans and also capturing of marks. Assessment plan is drafted by the lecturer to show how assessment will be conducted. That is our weapon. Includes numbers of assessment to be submitted and the type of exam to be written, and then everything is online. Every assessment has a due date. Assessment due date also are available on my modules, as already Dr. Mpahlele explained. It is important that students should adhere to the due dates. Information is available on my UNISA portal for every active students, modules and assessment. The assessment information is also available on the tutorial letters. It is important for formative information to assist with achievement of learning outcomes. Each assessment has a due date, and please adhere to the due date, students. No late assessment will be marked. Each assessment has a weight of the assignment and contributes towards the year mark. Year mark contributes towards the final mark. Assessment submission enables students to get exam admission. All assessments are submitted online. No hard copy will be accepted or marked. We have types of assessment. Single file upload, as already Dr. Mpahlele alluded, quiz, forums, workshop activities. Those are the some of the types of assessment. Assessment submission on my modules are routed directly to the lecturer for marking. Please stick to the due date. Don't wait until closing date to avoid unforeseen problems. Otherwise, no submission of assessment is allowed after the due date and after the assessment has been marked. That is submission on my modules. When submitting assessment on my modules, follow all the steps until you receive confirmation, as already alluded by Dr. Mpahlele. Make sure that the content is correct. Keep proof of submission safe. After marking, assessments are sent back to students and the system is updated automatically. Students will receive notification with a link to access their marked assignment on their My Life account. Download your marked assignment.
Unmute yourself, Mexico. We lost you. Mexico.
Exam admission is based on the, thank you for that, it came back. Exam admission is based on the criteria set by the lecturer on the tutorial letter. Please adhere to the requirements. No students will write examination if not admitted to examination. For inquiries, email assign@unisa.ac.za. I would like to conclude. Thank you, Prof. Magano, for giving us this platform.
Thank you so much for keeping it short and sweet. Indeed, these are postgrad students. They know most of the things. So thank you very much, Mesinko, from assignment section. We are going to exams. Memo Loisani, the platform is yours. Also, Korten Bondach.
Excel Prouvière.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, just a minute. There was an echo. My apology. I was with Mexico in the office. Afternoon, colleagues. Afternoon, students. And let me start by commending you, Prof. Mahano, and your team for arranging this powerful workshop. Indeed, we are learning and we have learned that there is no shortcut in life. So as we are preparing our students in their journey for academic year. So we have learned that there are no shortcuts. Allow me to share my presentation. Indeed, I will be short and sweet, as I am also short. Prof, can you indicate if you are able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Examination, it is divided into 3 phases, which is the pre-exam, which consists of the planning phase, the actual examination, and the post-exam process. Just to indicate, this will be our 6th time in doing the online examination. So many lessons have been learned. And the day before in the presentation, Prof. Mahano just alluded that there is no longer a mystery in doing this online. So I am here to equip you students the do's and the don'ts in examination. And then in the pre-phased examination, you will receive your timetable 2 weeks prior to the actual examination, and ensure that you have the gadgets or the equipment to write your examination. And ensure also that the area where you will take your examination, the network is clear, and you will receive the data prior to each and every examination. So ensure that that data will assist you in taking your examination. Familiarize yourself in different steps to be taken in examination, which will be published in my live student account. The 2 dates on the timetable are the starting and the end of date, and also the time of the session. And also those, once you receive your timetable in your planning phase, just check all the modules that will be proctored, meaning will be invigilated. So register on the app, on the Invigilator app. So I will leave this thing of invigilation to my colleague, Mr. Molukwani, who will taking you through the proctoring. As I'm proceeding with my slide, the student with the disability who requires special examination arrangement must apply annually in writing. And it is also important to also attach the medical certificate specifying the nature of disability, so that we may ensure that we prepare for you. The year mark will only be considered for the purpose of calculating the final examination summative assessment mark if a student attains a minimum mark of 40% in the summative assessment for the module. And I believe that you are the postgrad students, you know this information, that as soon as you receive the 40%, the year mark, your year mark, it is where it will kick in. So let me also indicate that the examination rules, the do's, which will also be made available in my live email address. Student must upload their answer script in a single PDF file. Answer script must not be password protected or uploaded as a read-only file. We have many students who have, I don't know whether should I say that a student will always want to say that, no, I've sent my examination, but knowing very well that they have made password protected document. So in a way, you will try to do that. You are not, as our lectures or our previous speakers were just emphasizing on issue of integrity. So know that when you submit your examination, it is not password protected, and no email script will be accepted. Only script that will be marked it will be the script that is submitted on a university communicated platform. Students are advised to preview submission or answer script to ensure legibility and that the correct script has been uploaded. Students are permitted to resubmit their answer script should their initial submission be in a way that you are not satisfied with your submission. You should ensure that it is the true reflection of what you have written. Incorrect file format or uncollated answer script will not be considered. Hence, we are receiving some of the inquiry where students will say that I've written examination, but now I've received my results saying that I was absent in examination. Incorrect answer script or submission made on an official examination platform, including the invigilator cell application, will not be marked, and no opportunity will be granted for resubmission. Know that, student, you will be required to re-register with the full cost. A mark awarded for incomplete submission will be the student final mark. No opportunity for resubmission will be granted, meaning that you are not even going to be given another opportunity to rewrite the module. Whatever that you have submitted, if your examination material was from page 1 to 10, before you can finalize everything, it's important to go to preview and check that indeed you have submitted from page 1 to page 10. If it's only one page that it has gone through, meaning that they will mark that one page and the final mark will be your final mark. No opportunity that will be granted to you after that. A mark awarded for eligible scan submission will be the student final mark. No opportunity for resubmission will be granted. I am emphasizing this thing because we are seated with many queries where students are saying that I've written examination, but this was not a true reflection after they have purchased their script. So make sure that you do the right thing. Students are provided 1 hour to submit their answer script after the official examination time. Submission made after the official exam time will be rejected by the examination regulation and will not be marked. Please adhere to this. If examination is saying that they've given six hours, ensure that by that time you submit your examination. And should you experience any technical challenges while you are taking your examination, know that the institution has made a collaborative approach in handling to your queries. I will share also the contact. It's SCS, which is a call center. The number is 0800001870 or via exams inquiries at UNISA. It's one word, exams inquiries at unisa.ac.za, or refer to the Get Help resource for the list of additional contact numbers. And allow me also to table the students are provided 2 submission opportunity for their MCQ examination if it is within the allowance examination duration. No additional time will be allocated for resubmission exam. We know that our cell phones are not the same. Some of us, we are still using Mapopotani and some have upgraded. And we know that with your Lepopotani, you cannot take examination. Also clear the cache and cookies memory prior to the starting of your exam. Do not open your examination in a multiple browser windows or tab at the same time. If you do so, the system will automatically submit the response on behalf without your knowledge. Marks awarded for automatic submission will be your final marks. No additional opportunity for resubmission will be given unless students utilize their second MCQ examination opportunity if it is within the allowed examination duration. Do not click your browser back button while taking your examination. Students are at risk of losing previous responses should they utilize browser navigation button. Students are advised to always use Samigo navigation button to move to the next and previous, if allowed, question to save and submit. Save your responses often if multiple questions are displayed on your page. The system will automatically save your response should one question be displayed per page as you click on the move on the next. And take note that queries that beyond UNISA control, should you experience a personal network or service provider issue, load shedding or limited space on your personal computer, or crash computers using web computer that block access to my exam sites, unlicensed software, you can still apply for an AgroTED and submit evidence within 3 days of the examination session. Proceed after we have written examination. What is happening? Before we can go to the post-exam, also it is important to say that a student must ensure that he or she is at the correct site in order to download the question paper 15 minutes prior to commencement of examination. No clashes will be permitted. Students, should you receive your timetable and you see that there are clashes, you can apply for deferment. After we have written examination, it is important, students, that you view your results. And at that stage, you can query your results within 3 months of published results. Do not wait up until 2 years before you query 2022 results. You query it in 2028. It will not make sense.
Memo Loisani, we lost you. Unmute, Memo Loisani.
Okay. Am I still audible, Prof?
Yes, you stopped at query your results immediately.
Okay. Okay. It seems like please query your results as soon as we have published it within 3 months. And furthermore, it is your prerogative, student, if you do not agree with the final results, then you can apply for the remarking, and know that the closing date for remark for examination that has been written in Jan-Feb is the 31st of March, and examination that will be written in May, June, closing date is 31st July, and examination that will be taking place October, November, the closing date for the remark is 31st January. And also the process of applying for an AgroTET, should you not be able to write examination. I know here I'm speaking to the matured one. You know the process of which you can still go to my UNISA under my admin. On assessment admin, you select examination timetable, you view the timetable, and you go to apply for an AgroTET. So I believe that that process to you is not to new students. And as I'm wrapping up and I'm closing, I will share the email address where you can make an inquiry. We still have those email address where you can send it. For those who cannot apply online, we still have the also email address for the purchases. If you want to purchase your material, you can do so, and also the AgroTET and exams. I will share this email address on the chat box. And it is at this stage, fellow colleagues and also students, that I would like to pause and thank all of you. But before I can just go, I like also to indicate that from the 3rd of August 2020, in line with the requirement of Protection of Personal Information Act 4 of 2013, only student queries sent from my life will be addressed. Please do not use your personal email address. I'm saying this because you are matured students, you know, but still we are still receiving all those emails from Yahoo, from, you know, the Outlook and so forth. Please use this provided my live email address so that we may attend to your queries swiftly. I would like to pause, Prof, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I will take question also on the chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Me Moloisani, for giving us all those important hints. And we had so many queries, especially from the honors group. They couldn't deal with the technology. They were emailing exam scripts. Even now in Jan-Feb, the honors group were sending their answer scripts via email to the module lecturer. I could not upload this. Maybe those are of my age, born before technology, but they must move with the times. We are now embracing the 4th industrial revolution. So the undergrad managed technology, but the honors were struggling last year and even this year. So we humbly appeal that when you send assignments as an honors or PG Dip student, use my UNISA so that you get used to these platforms. If you can't, ask your children. And we have teacher centers, we have regional centers. You can go and ask them to assist you if you are far from maybe the cities and you are right out there in the bundos. Just go to the teacher centers. I think the Odell Accelerated Unit will be presenting. Thank you. I see there's a question here on the chat, Memo Loisani, and also our support staff. Can you respond to Maggie saying there is no support for technical technical support during submissions? Can we just respond how the student can be assisted? Now we come to I don't know how to name this, but let me not put many flowers and cherries on it. Mr. Molokwan, come and tell us what must we do to be ethical and to avoid disappointment during exams. Mr. Molokwani, the Invigilator app. We heard about the Turnitin, now the Invigilator app, because all modules that are on exit level, we normally submit them using the Invigilator app tool. Over to you, Ntate Molokwani.
Thank you, Prof. Mahano. Good day, colleagues. Good day, students. And as Prof. Mahano has indicated earlier on, to say, not earlier on now, to say that we are going to refer to the procuring tools. Having listened to the previous speakers, especially the academic integrity one, I thought I wouldn't do any presentation, but I will just take you through the proctoring tool itself. What does it entail? What is it that you need to actually be in line with what UNISA requires for their examinations? Because previously we used to have examinations at venues and we had invigilators who were actually checking you physically. But now, because we have migrated to online platforms, we also need to have something in that regard to actually ensure that our academic integrity is preserved, and also ensure that your qualifications are also protected. Because no one wants to study for quite a long time, and at the end, when they do the applications or they need to actually practice or apply what they've studied, they are told that your qualification is null and void. So UNISA as an institution came up with a tool that we can use to ensure that we're in line with the requirements of professional bodies, as well as ensuring that our qualifications are actually internationally recognized, as well as locally as well. So my name is Dominic Mulukwane. I am the one who's actually responsible for ensuring that the students are invigilated, even if they are doing it online. But I need to inform you that we only invigilate modules that are taken for a maximum duration of 4 hours through this app. More than that, it means that you have to, it has to be a portfolio. So we cannot allow that the tool to be applied. There are other tools like your Turnitin, others that will be applied to ensure that those modules are also assessed and proctored in that way. I think most of you are familiar with the tool because you are what you call our postgrad student. The invigilator it has got a logo which looks like an owl. And for one to have access to it, you need to download it from Microsoft stores. You either download it from Apple if you've got, it will depend what type of a phone you've got. You also can download it on Google. But it must be noted that it is a cell phone based application. It is not, or you can't use your laptop for the app to actually invigilate you, but it's cell phone based. Why it is cell phone based? It was realized that most of our students have got access to smartphones. So this one, it doesn't need your fancy smartphones, your S21, no. Lowest entry SaaS smartphones, you can use it as long as you are able to download the app from Microsoft Store or Google or any store like your Galaxy Store for Samsung devices. The app itself creates an exam center feel for students. Students should feel that they're writing an exam. Although we've picked up that with the app, we've picked up many things when we go through reports, and we actually appealing to our students that even when they write exams, they must take it seriously. Just like in an exam setting or an exam venue, you need to ensure that you're in a quiet place. There's no disturbances where you are. So it is less invasive, because once you have downloaded the app and registered on the app, you need to actually scan a code. So you will receive instructions whilst writing the examination. What does the app do? It takes what you call random selfie checks. You need to have an ID or a passport or a student card with a photo, because it will request you to take a photo, because we need also to determine that the student that is writing is a student. You know, sometimes people will say because it's online, no, they don't know, they don't see. But that actually assists us as UNISA as well, because we have found out that students are enlisting the support of other, if I can call them illicit means, wherein they actually hire professional people to write on their behalf, or in an exchange of money as well. We don't want that, colleagues. We want to ensure that we produce the kind of students that will take this country forward, not the ones that have got shortcuts, as my colleagues wants to actually use the shortcut route for success. We don't want that. During the app, it's during the session when you're writing, it will also take your microphone recordings. As I've explained, it will ask you to take a photo of your ID. On the day of the examination, we normally exchange your My Life email address with the company that is running this app, so that they can actually create licenses for you. Once they've created the licenses for you, you need to register once you have downloaded the app. The only way that you can register is only through your My Life email address. No other email, no Hotmail, Yahoo, or Gmail. Otherwise, you won't gain access, because you have been registered through My Life email address. Please ensure that you use your My Life email address, because other than that, once you start registering, you will get an error message that says the app does not recognize this email address. Please contact your university. So we are actually insisting on students to do that, because we have noted that students are using My Life, Hotmail, not My Life. They are using any other email addresses to register on that. Once you have done the registration, which we encourage our students to do 24 hours before the exam takes place. So what happens is that after admission has taken place, in the case of the current student that are registered for now, remember, we haven't done any assignment as yet. So for you to gain admission, you have to do an assignment. So once you receive a timetable and admission is actually granted, that information is shared with the relevant company. Then they will create licenses for you. For now, I just need to emphasize, you cannot register on the app for now. But that information will be communicated with you as and when we approach the exam period. So once you will receive a QR code or information and instructions pertaining to the app 2 weeks before your commencement of examination. We are giving you this amount of time so that you can do your registration and do some demo exercises, because once you register, it will ask you to do a demo exercise, and so that you familiarize yourself with the app. On the day of the examination, you would have received a QR code that the module lecture would have shared with you or posted on my announcements. You either scan it or type in the access code at the bottom of that QR code. You scan or type that access code. Please note that scanning of the QR code has got time limits. For MCQ, I don't think it will be applicable. I haven't seen a lot of MCQ for postgrad, but mostly you do your take home. We give you 45 minutes to scan the code. 45 minutes meaning that 15 minutes before the exam, so that you can do your administration. And after that, we still allow you another 30 minutes so that you can scan the code. What we have discovered is that, which is a practice that we even saw at exam centers, that students, once they receive a question paper, they don't focus on actually ensuring that they fill their answer script. So we are asking you, because you are doing it online, you do your download of the paper, do your admin by scanning the QR code. Don't go through the question paper. You have an amount of time, you've got a lot of time to go through the question paper. So we are asking you to do that, and we are appealing, colleagues, students. When you start your exam, the timer will start. It will tell you that now you are starting your exam. Oh, sorry, I'm just playing. Sorry. Okay, fine. I think I've covered this during the exam. What will happen? The app will actually ask you to do what I've actually displaying now. Very important. You need to ensure that your phone is fully charged or charging. Do not lock the phone or exit the app during the session. Your phone should not be on silent. The volume must be turned on. Why the volume must be turned on? Because we are actually a recording when you're writing. There is a recording that is happening in the background. Very important. Mostly, why I said it was this app is cell phone based, it does not require you to have a lot of data. You need to have data at the beginning of a session. After you've scanned the code and the assessment is started, you can put your phone on airplane mode. The app will do its background work in the background. You will receive instructions. You don't need to have data once you have scanned the QR code. But please ensure that before the session completes, because you will need to complete the uploads, which is your photos that you have taken, the instructions that you receive when you are requested to take a photo of your ID, your answer script. Yes, that's all. It will require you to do that at the end. So you need to have data at the end. What you have noted is that because you have turned off the data, you forget to turn on the data towards the end. Hence, your upload doesn't get uploaded because you are given 8 minutes to complete the upload by itself. So if you don't do that, you are going to encounter problems. When you have downloaded the app and you're experiencing technical issues, there is a WhatsApp line, a WhatsApp number that you can actually send that your query to. It is 0735058273. Please note, it's not a contact line, it's a WhatsApp line. Most of the time, what we have seen is that students, they download the app on the day or 15 minutes before the exam. That's what I call ill-preparedness. You can't do that. You have prepared timeously, you have studied, you have done what is required. Make sure that also, knowing that your module is being invigilated, because what we normally do, we share the information regarding all modules that are invigilated. You can type in your modules because that information will be also shared on the Moodle platform, which is the current Sakai will be migrating to Moodle. It's almost similar, but that information will be posted so that you know which modules will be invigilated. As we have indicated that not all modules, yes, you are doing exit modules, but doesn't mean that some of your modules might take longer than like more than 4 hours. So those won't be invigilated. But you need to ensure that your module is not one of those that has been selected for invigilation by just doing that check. Most of the time, you call the technical help desk for issues pertaining to UNISA. UNISA has got a contact center where you can actually direct all queries that are pertaining to the sites, UNISA sites, exam sites. Because most of the time, some of the students are using one device to do their examination. Because once you scan the QR code, you also have access within that app to access UNISA's exam sites. If you experience problem with exam sites, you cannot call the technical help desk. You have to call UNISA Contact Center. We've got details that are published on the platform of My UNISA that one can actually see that we've got a contact center. We also have got what you call a DSAA student help desk. So please direct your queries in a way that you will be helped swiftly. If you don't do that, you are going to get stuck with that WhatsApp number, and the time for scanning the app will lapse and you'll experience problem. So, colleagues, as I've been asked, I think I'll pause here. Prof. Mahano, you asked us to be brief, and I hope that I was brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Molokwani. I think the students captured everything that they needed to know, and when will they register on the app when they are told to do so by their module lecturers. Thank you. That was really short and sweet, to the point. We are having here our last speakers. It will be either Mr. Stephen Shabangu or Mr. Moloto. You keep it sweet. I think the most important thing is for the student to get the contact for their support during registration, during the studying period, and also during exams, and also where can they go in the regions. Thank you very much. Keep it short and sweet.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Prof. Mahano. And good afternoon to colleagues, college management, academics, colleagues from internal service departments, and the National SRC, the SEDUSA, as well as our honorable students. We are coming from the College of Education Student Support, and most of the information has been covered already by our colleagues. I am Stephen Shabangu, supervisor for this office. With my other colleagues, we are 7 in this office. We've got Ms. Dihangwane Mapula, we've got Mr. Tibato Muloto, we've got Ms. Raisibe Matume, we've got Ms. Ngobeni Maud, we've got Ms. Vuyogazi Maliwa, we also have Mr. Richard Ngwenya. Now, in this office, we mainly provide student support based on the 4 student work stages, and most of the speakers have already spoken to those student work stages. I'm not going to repeat anything. We were told more about the MyUNISA. We were told more about the assignments, the importance of submission, the exams, and so on and so on. So all I would like to emphasize is that inside our tutorial letter 101, that is where we will get all the details about the internal service departments. For an example, if it refers to registrations, if it refers to finances, if it refers to exams, and so on and so on. And then our contact numbers from this office, you can call us at 012-429 and use any of the following extensions: 2645 or 4668 or 2537 or 4106. And the general inbox that we use for all inquiries for the college is edu-inquiries@unisa.ac.za. And then in this office, that is also where we get the online exam support with a dedicated inbox specifically for exams for the college, which is seduexams@unisa.ac.za. Normally, your general inquiries for postgraduate diplomas as well as honors degrees, there is a special division within the Directorate for Student Admission and Registration called College of Graduate Studies. And then their direct email is edu.hons@unisa.ac.za. We want to wish you well with your studies and to assure you that you've got our support. Anytime, please feel free to interact with us so that we can be there to support you. Thank you very much, Prof. Mahano.
Thank you. Thank you. That was so short and sweet. Let me request you to put the contacts on the chat, also for the College of Graduate Studies, and all the speakers who spoke before you. if we can have the presentations on the chat, and Maud, if you have the presentation slides, just post them on the chat for the students to access them even after these presentations. Thank you very much. The last speaker, the Honorable Mayor Professor Dikeledi Francina Mahlo, will come and do vote of thanks. So over to you, our school director, Mayor Prof Mahlo.
Thank you very much, Prof Magano, the program director, for steering this ship for 3 days and affording me this opportunity to give a vote of thanks. Dear colleagues and students, all things come to an end. And so is the 3rd day orientation webinar in the College of Education. On behalf of the CEDU management, I would like to express our gratitude to all in attendance. A special thanks to the Acting Executive Dean, Professor Makwe, for the warm words of welcome. Professor Pinky Mabunda in absentia, the Deputy Dean, directors, managers, CODs, and all the academics in the college. The NSRC and SEDUSA, thank you for gracing this occasion. And our sign language interpreters, Mrs. Winnie Ngobeni and Mrs. S. Mabaso. Your participation in this webinar is highly valued and appreciated. Our heartfelt thanks goes to our esteemed postgraduate students, those who attended today, for the active participation and engagement. I hope you are now empowered and the information provided will enable you to pursue your studies with ease. Again, I would like to thank Prof. Marano and the organizing committee, academics, non-teaching staff, support staff for their support and coordination. Colleagues, we value your inputs and your interaction. To all the knowledgeable presenters, I don't want to repeat what you presented on, but just to say thank you very much for the hard work and commitment to the task. It is really appreciated. Your presentations were very profound and informative. CEDU management wishes all the students the best in their studies. As you are sharpening your skills and knowledge in the teaching profession, aim to be an expert in your field of specialization. Remember that there is no perfect classroom out there. In your encounter, you will meet learners who are not perfect. There will not be 2 learners who are the same. Please accept them and support them and teach them regardless of their background, their sexual orientation, their disability status, and their abilities. Remember, all children have the right to be educated, valued, respected, and treated with human dignity and educated together. Prof. Magano, thank you. This was a very useful webinar and should continue yearly. The future of our students looks bright. With these words, let me move to the end of the orientation session. But I want to leave you with these words from Dr. Haim Ginoth, which will make you reflect and do an introspection as a teacher. The words are, I have come to a frightening conclusion that I am a decisive element in the classroom. It is my mood that makes the weather. As a teacher, I possess tremendous power to make a child's life miserable or joyous. I can be a tool for torture or an instrument of inspiration. I can humiliate or humor, hurt or heal. In all the situation, it's my response that influences whether a crisis will be escalated or de-escalated, a child humanized or dehumanized. Colleagues and students, we wish you all the best for the academic year 2022. Thank you and have a good day further. Thank you, Prof. Magano.
Thank you, Professor Matlo, our school director. Thank you, colleagues, sign language interpreters, and everybody, the students. We really appreciate your presence. It's now 1:39, and we are closing this webinar. Thank you so much. Those who are not sure about the study material, it's online. The lecturers have uploaded the study guides, and the assignments or assessments will be online. Learn to use the online platform. Gone are the days of hard copies. Just learn to get online and get everything. Contact your lecturers. Contact Dr. Madigizela Madia as the chair of department for the honors modules, and then for the other modules, it will be other chairs of departments who will help you and to ensure that the material indeed is online. Let's get used to the online platform. Be blessed and succeed and be doctors. We are no longer looking at honors. Be doctors. We are waiting for your master's and doctoral application. May the good Lord bless you. Let's go in peace. Thank you very much. Ms. Sophie Mabaso, you can now rest your arms. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, colleagues.
Bye-bye, Professor.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I see academic students are still posing questions. Let's continue to respond to them. Thank you.